Chapter 1 of In the Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 1. How I Killed a Bear. So many conflicting accounts have appeared about my casual encounter with an Adirondack bear last summer that in justice to the public, to myself, and to the bear, it is necessary to make a plain statement of the facts. Besides, it is so seldom I have occasion to kill a bear that the celebration of the exploit may be excused. The encounter was unpremeditated on both sides. I was not hunting for a bear, and I have no reason to suppose that a bear was looking for me. The fact is that we were both out blackberrying and met by chance the usual way. There is among the Adirondack visitors always a great deal of conversation about bears. A general expression of the wish to see one in the woods, and much speculation as to how a person would act if he or she chanced to meet one. But bears are scarce and timid, and appear only to a favored few. It was a warm day in August, just the sort of day when an adventure of any kind seemed impossible. But it occurred to the housekeepers at our cottage, there were 4 of them, to send me to the clearing on the mountain back of the house to pick blackberries. It was rather a series of small clearings, running up into the forest, much overgrown with bushes and briars, and not unromantic. Cows pastured there, penetrating through the leafy passages from one opening to another, and browsing among the bushes. I was kindly furnished with a 6-quart pail and told not to be gone long. Not from any predatory instinct, but to save on appearances, I took a gun. It adds to the manly aspect of a person with a tin pail if he also carries a gun. It was possible I might start up a partridge, though how I was to hit him if he started up instead of standing still, puzzled me. Many people use a shotgun for partridges. I prefer the rifle. It makes a clean job of death and does not prematurely stuff the bird with globules of lead. The rifle was a Sharps, carrying a ball cartridge, 10 to the pound, an excellent weapon belonging to a friend of mine who had intended for a good many years back to kill a deer with it. He could hit a tree with it if the wind did not blow, and the atmosphere was just right, and the tree was not too far off, nearly every time. Of course, the tree must have some size. Needless to say that I was at that time no sportsman. Years ago, I killed a robin under the most humiliating circumstances. The bird was in a low cherry tree. I loaded a big shotgun pretty full, crept under the tree, rested the gun on the fence with the muzzle more than 10 feet from the bird, shut both eyes, and pulled the trigger. When I got up to see what had happened, the robin was scattered about under the tree in more than 1,000 pieces, no one of which was big enough to enable a naturalist to decide from it to what species it belonged. This disgusted me with the life of a sportsman. I mention the incident to show that, although I went blackberrying armed, there was not much inequality between me and the bear. In this blackberry patch, bears had been seen. The summer before, our colored cook, accompanied by a little girl of the same vicinage, was picking berries there one day, when a bear came out of the woods and walked towards them. The girl took to her heels and escaped. Aunt Chloe was paralyzed with terror. Instead of attempting to run, she sat down on the ground where she was standing and began to weep and scream, giving herself up for lost. The bear was bewildered by this conduct. He approached and looked at her. He walked around and surveyed her. Probably he had never seen a colored person before and did not know whether she would agree with him. At any rate, after watching her a few moments, he turned about and went into the forest. This is an authentic instance of the delicate consideration of a bear, and is much more remarkable than the forbearance toward the African slave of the well-known lion, because the bear had no thorn in his foot. When I had climbed the hill, I set up my rifle against a tree and began picking berries, lured on from bush to bush by the black gleam of fruit that always promises more in the distance than it realizes when you reach it. Penetrating farther and farther through leaf-shaded cow paths, flecked with sunlight, into clearing after clearing, I could hear on all sides the tinkle of bells, the cracking of sticks, and the stamping of cattle that were taking refuge in the thicket from the flies. Occasionally, as I broke through a covert, I encountered a meek cow, who stared at me stupidly for a second and then shambled off into the brush. I became accustomed to this dumb society and picked on in silence, attributing all the wood noises to the cattle, thinking nothing of any real bear. In point of fact, however, I was thinking all the time of a nice romantic bear, and as I picked, was composing a story about a generous she-bear who had lost her cub, and who seized a small girl in this very wood, carrying her tenderly off to a cave, and brought her up on bear's milk and honey. When the girl got big enough to run away, moved by her inherited instincts, she escaped and came into the valley to her father's house. This part of the story was to be worked out so that the child would know her father by some family resemblance and have some language in which to address him, and told him where the bear lived. The father took his gun and, guided by the unfeeling daughter, went into the woods and shot the bear, who never made any resistance, and only, when dying, turned reproachful eyes upon her murderer. The moral of the tale was to be kindness to animals. I was in the midst of this tale when I happened to look some rods away to the other edge of the clearing, and there was a bear. He was standing on his hind legs and doing just what I was doing, picking blackberries. With one paw he bent down the bush, while with the other he clawed the berries into his mouth, green ones and all. To say that I was astonished is inside the mark. I suddenly discovered that I didn't want to see a bear after all. At about the same moment, the bear saw me, stopped eating berries, and regarded me with a glad surprise. It is all very well to imagine what you would do under such circumstances. Probably you wouldn't do it. I didn't. The bear dropped down on his 4 feet and came slowly towards me. Climbing a tree was of no use, with so good a climber in the rear. If I started to run, I had no doubt the bear would give chase, and although a bear cannot run downhill as fast as he can run uphill, yet I felt that he could get over this rough, brush-tangled ground faster than I could. The bear was approaching. It suddenly occurred to me how I could divert his mind until I could fall back upon my military base. My pail was nearly full of excellent berries, much better than the bear could pick himself. I put the pail on the ground and slowly backed away from it, keeping my eye, as beast tamers do, on the bear. The ruse succeeded. The bear came up to the berries and stopped. Not accustomed to eat out of a pail, he tipped it over and nosed about in the fruit, gorming, if there is such a word, it down, mixed with leaves and dirt like a pig. The bear is a worse feeder than the pig. Whenever he disturbs a maple sugar camp in the spring, he always upsets the buckets of syrup and tramples round in the sticky sweets, wasting more than he eats. The bear's manners are thoroughly disagreeable. As soon as my enemy's head was down, I started and ran. Somewhat out of breath and shaky, I reached my faithful rifle. It was not a moment too soon. I heard the bear crashing through the brush after me. Enraged at my duplicity, he was now coming on with blood in his eye. I felt that the time of one of us was probably short. The rapidity of thought at such moments of peril is well known. I thought an octavo volume, had it illustrated and published, sold 50,000 copies, and went to Europe on the proceeds, while that bear was loping across the clearing. As I was cocking the gun, I made a hasty and unsatisfactory review of my life. I noted that even in such a compulsory review, it is almost impossible to think of any good thing you have done. The sins come out uncommonly strong. I recollected a newspaper subscription I had delayed paying years and years ago until both editor and newspaper were dead, and which now never could be paid to all eternity. The bear was coming on. I tried to remember what I had read about encounters with bears. I couldn't recall an instance in which a man had run away from a bear in the woods and escaped, although I recalled plenty where the bear had run from the man and got off. I tried to think, what is the best way to kill a bear with a gun when you are not near enough to club him with the stock? My first thought was to fire at his head, to plant the ball between his eyes, but this is a dangerous experiment. The bear's brain is very small, and, unless you hit that, the bear does not mind a bullet in his head. That is, not at the time. I remembered that the instant death of the bear would follow a bullet planted just back of his foreleg and sent into his heart. This spot is also difficult to reach, unless the bear stands off, side towards you, like a target. I finally determined to fire at him generally. The bear was coming on. The contest seemed to me very different from anything at Creedmoor. I had carefully read the reports of the shooting there, but it was not easy to apply the experience I had thus acquired. I hesitated whether I better fire lying on my stomach or lying on my back and resting the gun on my toes. But in neither position, I reflected, could I see the bear until he was upon me. The range was too short, and the bear wouldn't wait for me to examine the thermometer and note the direction of the wind. Trial of the Creedmoor method, therefore, had to be abandoned, and I bitterly regretted that I had not read more accounts of offhand shooting, for the bear was coming on. I tried to fix my last thoughts upon my family. As my family is small, this was not difficult. Dread of displeasing my wife or hurting her feelings was uppermost in my mind. What would be her anxiety as hour after hour passed on, and I did not return? What would the rest of the household think as the afternoon passed and no blackberries came? What would be my wife's mortification when the news was brought that her husband had been eaten by a bear? I cannot imagine anything more ignominious than to have a husband eaten by a bear. And this was not my only anxiety. The mind at such times is not under control. With the gravest fears, the most whimsical ideas will occur. I looked beyond the mourning friends and thought what kind of epitaph they would be compelled to put upon the stone. Something like this? Here lies the remains of eaten by a bear, August 20th, 1877. It is a very unheroic and even disagreeable epitaph. That eaten by a bear is intolerable. It is grotesque. And then I thought, what an inadequate language the English is for compact expression. It would not answer to put upon the stone simply, eaten, for that is indefinite and requires explanation. It might mean eaten by a cannibal. This difficulty could not occur in the German, where essen signifies the act of feeding by a man, and fressen by a beast. How simple the thing would be in German. Liegt wohl geboren, gefressen. August 20th, 1877. That explains itself. The well-born one was eaten by a beast, and presumably by a bear, an animal that has a bad reputation since the days of Elisha. The bear was coming on. He had, in fact, come on. I judged that he could see the whites of my eyes. All my subsequent reflections were confused. I raised the gun, covered the bear's breast with the sight, and let drive. Then I turned and ran like a deer. I did not hear the bear pursuing. I looked back. The bear had stopped. He was lying down. I then remembered that the best thing to do after having fired your gun is to reload it. I slipped in a charge, keeping my eyes on the bear. He never stirred. I walked back, suspiciously. There was a quiver in the hind legs, but no other motion. Still, he might be shamming. Bears often sham. To make sure, I approached and put a ball into his head. He didn't mind it now. He minded nothing. Death had come to him with a merciful suddenness. He was calm in death. In order that he might remain so, I blew his brains out and then started for home. I had killed a bear. Notwithstanding my excitement, I managed to saunter into the house with an unconcerned air. There was a chorus of voices. "Where are your blackberries? Why were you gone so long? Where's your pail?" I left the pail. Left the pail? What for? A bear wanted it. Oh, nonsense! Well, the last I saw of it, a bear had it. Oh, come on! You didn't really see a bear. Yes, but I did really see a real bear. Did he run? Yes. He ran after me. I don't believe a word of it. What did you do? Oh, nothing in particular, except kill the bear. Cries of gammon! Don't believe it. Where's the bear? If you want to see the bear, you must go up into the woods. I couldn't bring him down alone. Having satisfied the household that something extraordinary had occurred, and excited the posthumous fear of some of them for my safety, I went down into the valley to get help. The great bear hunter, who keeps one of the summer boarding houses, received my story with a smile of incredulity. and the incredulity spread to the other inhabitants and to the boarders as soon as the story was known. However, as I insisted in all soberness and offered to lead them to the bear, a party of 40 or 50 people at last started off with me to bring the bear in. Nobody believed there was any bear in the case, but everybody who could get a gun carried one, and we went into the woods armed with guns, pistols, pitchforks, and sticks, against all contingencies or surprises, a crowd made up mostly of scoffers and jeerers. But when I led the way to the fatal spot and pointed out the bear lying peacefully wrapped in his own skin, something like terror seized the boarders and genuine excitement the natives. It was a no-mistake bear. By George and the hero of the fight well, I will not insist upon that, but what a procession that was carrying the bear home, and what a congregation was speedily gathered in the valley to see the bear. Our best preacher up there never drew anything like it on a Sunday. And I must say that my particular friends, who were sportsmen, behaved very well on the whole. They didn't deny that it was a bear, although they said it was small for a bear. Mr. Dean, who is equally good with a rifle and a rod, admitted that it was a very fair shot. He is probably the best salmon fisher in the United States, and he is an equally good hunter. I suppose there is no person in America who is more desirous to kill a moose than he. But he needlessly remarked, after he had examined the wound in the bear, that he had seen that kind of a shot made by a cow's horn. This sort of talk affected me not. When I went to sleep that night, my last delicious thought was, I've killed a bear. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 2. Lost in the Woods. It ought to be said, by way of explanation, that my being lost in the woods was not premeditated. Nothing could have been more informal. This apology can be necessary only to those who are familiar with the Adirondack literature. Any person not familiar with it would see the absurdity of one going to the northern wilderness with the deliberate purpose of writing about himself as a lost man. It may be true that a book about this wild tract would not be recognized as complete without a lost man story in it, since it is almost as easy for a stranger to get lost in the Adirondacks as in Boston. I merely desire to say that my unimportant adventure is not narrated in answer to the popular demand, and I do not wish to be held responsible for its variation from the typical character of such experiences. We had been in camp a week on the upper Ausable Lake. This is a gem, emerald or turquoise as the light changes, set in the virgin forest. It is not a large body of water, is irregular in form, and about 1.5 miles in length. But in the sweep of its wooded shores and the lovely contour of the lofty mountains that guard it, the lake is probably the most charming in America. Why the young ladies and gentlemen who camp there occasionally vex the days and nights with hooting and singing sentimental songs is a mystery even to the laughing loon. I left my companions there one Saturday morning to return to Keene Valley, intending to fish down the Ausable River. The upper lake discharges itself into the lower by a brook which winds through 1.5 miles of swamp and woods. Out of the north end of the lower lake which is a huge sink in the mountains and mirrors the savage precipices. The Ausable breaks its rocky barriers and flows through a wild gorge several miles to the valley below. Between the lower lake and the settlements is an extensive forest, traversed by a cart path, admirably constructed of loose stones, roots of trees, decayed logs, and slippery rocks and mud. The gorge of the river forms its western boundary. I followed this caricature of a road a mile or more, then gave my luggage to the guide to carry home, and struck off through the forest, by compass, to the river. I promised myself an exciting scramble down this little frequented canyon, and a creel full of trout. There was no difficulty in finding the river, or in descending the steep precipice to its bed. Getting into a scrape is usually the easiest part of it. The river is strewn with boulders, big and little, through which the amber water rushes with an unceasing, thunderous roar, now plunging down in white falls, then swirling round in dark pools. The day, already past meridian, was delightful. At least, the blue strip of it I could see overhead. Better pools and rapids for trout never were, I thought, as I concealed myself behind a boulder and made the first cast. There is nothing like the thrill of expectation over the first throw in unfamiliar waters. Fishing is like gambling, in that failure only excites hope of a fortunate throw next time. There was no rise to the leader on the first cast, nor on the 21st, and I cautiously worked my way downstream, throwing right and left. When I had gone half a mile, my opinion of the character of the pools was unchanged. Never were there such places for trout, but the trout were out of their places. Perhaps they didn't care for the fly. Some trout seemed to be so unsophisticated as to prefer the worm. I replaced the fly with a baited hook. The worm squirmed. The waters rushed and roared. A cloud sailed across the blue. No trout rose to the lonesome opportunity. There is a certain companionship in the presence of trout, especially when you can feel them flopping in your fish basket. But it became evident that there were no trout in this wilderness, and a sense of isolation for the first time came over me. There was no living thing near. The river had by this time entered a deeper gorge. Walls of rock row perpendicularly on either side, picturesque rocks, painted many colors by the oxide of iron. It was not possible to climb out of the gorge. It was impossible to find a way by the side of the river, and getting down the bed, over the falls, and through the flumes was not easy, and consumed time. Was that thunder? Very likely. But thunder showers are always brewing in these mountain fortresses, and it did not occur to me that there was anything personal in it. Very soon, however, the hole in the sky closed in, and the rain dashed down. It seemed a providential time to eat my luncheon, and I took shelter under a scraggly pine that had rooted itself in the edge of the rocky slope. The shower soon passed, and I continued my journey, creeping over the slippery rocks and continuing to show my confidence in the unresponsive trout. The way grew wilder and more gruesome. The thunder began again, rolling along over the tops of the mountains and reverberating in sharp concussions in the gorge. The lightning also darted down into the darkening passage, and then the rain. Every enlightened being, even if he is in a fisherman's dress of shirt and pantaloons, hates to get wet. And I ignominiously crept under the edge of a sloping boulder, It was all very well at first, until streams of water began to crawl along the face of the rock and trickle down the back of my neck. This was refined misery, unheroic and humiliating, as suffering always is when unaccompanied by resignation. A longer time than I knew was consumed in this, and repeated efforts to wait for the slackening and renewing storm to pass away. In the intervals of calm, I still fished, and even descended to what a sportsman considers incredible baseness. I put a sinker on my line. It is the practice of the country folk, whose only object is to get fish, to use a good deal of bait, sink the hook to the bottom of the pools, and wait the slow appetite of the summer trout. I tried this also. I might as well have fished in a pork barrel. It is true that in one deep, black, round pool, I lured a small trout from the bottom and deposited him in the creel, but it was an accident. Though I sat there in awful silence, the roar of the water and thunder only emphasized the stillness. Full half an hour, I was not encouraged by another nibble. Hope, however, did not die. I always expected to find the trout in the next flume, and so I toiled slowly on, unconscious of the passing time. At each turn of the stream I expected to see the end, and at each turn I saw a long, narrow stretch of rocks and foaming water. Climbing out of the ravine was, in most places, simply impossible, and I began to look with interest for a slide, where bushes rooted in the scant earth would enable me to scale the precipice. I did not doubt that I was nearly through the gorge. I could at length see the huge form of the giant of the valley, scarred with avalanches at the end of the vista, and it seemed not far off. But it kept its distance, as only a mountain can, while I stumbled and slid down the rocky way. The rain had now set in with persistence, and suddenly I became aware that it was growing dark. And I said to myself, if you don't wish to spend the night in this horrible chasm, you'd better escape speedily. Fortunately, I reached a place where the face of the precipice was bush-grown, and with considerable labor scrambled up it, having no doubt that I was within half a mile, perhaps within a few rods, of the house above the entrance of the gorge, and at that, in any event, I should fall into the cart path in a few minutes. I struck boldly into the forest, congratulating myself on having escaped out of the river. So sure was I of my whereabouts that I did not note the bend of the river, nor look at my compass. The one trout in my basket was no burden, and I stepped lightly out. The forest was of hardwood and open except for a thick undergrowth of moose bush. It was raining. In fact, it had been raining more or less for a month, and the woods were soaked. This moose bush is most annoying stuff to travel through in a rain, for the broad leaves slap one in the face and sop him with wet. The way grew every moment more dingy. The heavy clouds above the thick foliage brought night on prematurely. It was decidedly premature to a nearsighted man whose glasses the rain rendered useless. Such a person ought to be at home early. On leaving the river bank, I had borne to the left, so as to be sure to strike either the clearing or the road, and not wander off into the measureless forest. I confidently pursued this course, and went gaily on by the left flank. That I did not come to any opening or path only showed that I had slightly mistaken the distance I was going in the right direction. I was so certain of this that I quickened my pace and got up with alacrity every time I stumbled down amid the slippery leaves and catching roots, and hurried on. I kept to the left. It even occurred to me that I was turning to the left so much that I might come back to the river again. It grew more dusky and rained more violently, but there was nothing alarming in the situation, since I knew exactly where I was. It was a little mortifying that I had miscalculated the distance, yet, so far as I was from feeling any uneasiness about this, that I quickened my pace again, and before I knew it, was in a full run. That is, as full a run as a person can indulge in the dusk with so many trees in the way. No nervousness, but simply a reasonable desire to get there. I desired to look upon myself as the person not lost but gone before. As time passed and darkness fell, and no clearing or road appeared, I ran a little faster. It didn't seem possible that the people had moved, or the road been changed, and yet I was sure of my direction. I went on with an energy increased by the ridiculousness of the situation, the danger that an experienced woodsman was in of getting home late for supper, the lateness of the meal being nothing to the gibes of the unlost. How long I kept this course, and how far I went on, I do not know. But suddenly I stumbled against an ill-placed tree, and sat down on the soaked ground, a trifle out of breath. It then occurred to me that I had better verify my course by the compass. There was scarcely light enough to distinguish the black end of the needle. To my amazement, the compass, which was made near Greenwich, was wrong. Allowing for the natural variation of the needle, it was absurdly wrong. It made out that I was going south when I was going north. It intimated that, instead of turning to the left, I had been making a circuit to the right. According to the compass, the Lord only knew where I was. The inclination of persons in the woods to travel in a circle is unexplained. I suppose it arises from the sympathy of the legs with the brain. Most people reason in a circle. Their minds go round and round, always in the same tract. For the last half hour, I had been saying over a sentence that started itself. I wonder where the road is. I had said it over till it had lost all meaning. I kept going round on it, and yet I could not believe that my body had been traveling in a circle. Not being able to recognize any tracks, I have no evidence that I had so traveled, except the general testimony of lost men. The compass annoyed me. I've known experienced guides utterly discredit it. It couldn't be that I was to turn about and go the way I had come. Nevertheless, I said to myself, "You'd better keep a cool head, my boy, or you are in for a night of it. Better listen to science than to spunk." And I resolved to heed the impartial needle. I was a little weary of the rough tramping, but it was necessary to be moving, for, with wet clothes and the night air, I was decidedly chilly. I turned towards the north, and slipped and stumbled along. A more uninviting forest to pass the night in I never saw. Everything was soaked. If I became exhausted, it would be necessary to build a fire, and as I walked on, I couldn't find a dry bit of wood. Even if a little punk were discovered in a rotten log, I had no hatchet to cut fuel. I thought it all over calmly. I had the usual 3 matches in my pocket. I knew exactly what would happen if I tried to build a fire. The first match would prove to be wet. The second match, when struck, would shine and smell and fizz a little, and then go out. There would be only 1 match left. Death would ensue if it failed. I should get close to the log, crawl under my hat, strike the match, see it catch, flicker, and almost go out. The reader, painfully excited by this time, blaze up, nearly expire, and finally fire the punk, thank God. And I said to myself, the public don't want any more of this thing. It is played out. Either have a box of matches or let the first one catch fire. In this gloomy mood, I plunged on. The prospect was cheerless, for apart from the comfort that a fire would give, it is necessary at night to keep off the wild beasts. I fancied I could hear the tread of the stealthy brutes following their prey. But there was one source of profound satisfaction. The catamount had been killed. Mr. Colvin, the triangulating surveyor of the Adirondacks, killed him in the last official report to the state. Whether he dispatched him with a theodolite or a barometer does not matter. He is officially dead, and none of the travelers can kill him any more. Yet he has served them a good turn. I knew that catamount well. One night, when we lay in the bogs of the South Beaver Meadow, under a canopy of mosquitoes, the serene midnight was parted by a wild and human-like cry from a neighboring mountain. "That's a cat," said the guide. I felt in a moment that it was the voice of modern culture. Modern culture, says Mr. Joseph Cook, in a most impressive period. Modern culture is a child crying in the wilderness, and with no voice but a cry. That describes the catamount exactly. The next day, when we ascended the mountain, we came upon the traces of this brute, a spot where he had stood and cried in the night, and I confess that my hair rose with the consciousness of his recent presence, as it is said to do when a spirit passes by. Whatever consolation the absence of catamount in a dark, drenched, and howling wilderness can impart, that I experienced. But I thought what a satire upon my present condition was modern culture. With its plain thinking and high living, it was impossible to get much satisfaction out of the real and the ideal, the me and the not me. At this time, what impressed me most was the absurdity of my position looked at in the light of modern civilization and all my advantages and acquirements. It seemed pitiful that society could do absolutely nothing for me. It was, in fact, humiliating to reflect that it would now be profitable to exchange all my possessions for the woods instinct of the most unlettered guide. I began to doubt the value of the culture that blunts the natural instincts. It began to be a question whether I could hold out to walk all night, for I must travel or perish. And now I imagined that a specter was walking by my side. This was famine. To be sure, I had only recently eaten a hearty luncheon, But the pangs of hunger got hold on me when I thought that I should have no supper, no breakfast. And as the procession of unattainable meals stretched before me, I grew hungrier and hungrier. I could feel that I was becoming gaunt and wasting away. Already I seemed to be emaciated. It is astonishing how speedily a jocund, well-conditioned human being can be transformed into a spectacle of poverty and want. Lose a man in the woods, drench him, tear his pantaloons, get his imagination running on his lost supper and the cheerful fireside that is expecting him, and he will become haggard within an hour. I am not dwelling upon these things to excite the reader's sympathy, but only to advise him, if he contemplates an adventure of this kind, to provide himself with matches, kindling wood, something more to eat than one raw trout, and not to select a rainy night for it. Nature is so pitiless, so unresponsive to a person in trouble. I had read of the soothing companionship of the forest, the pleasure of the pathless woods, but I thought, as I stumbled along in the dismal actuality, that if I ever got out of it, I would write a letter to the newspapers exposing the whole thing. There is an impassive, stolid brutality about the woods that has never been enough insisted on. I tried to keep my mind fixed upon the fact of man's superiority to nature, his ability to dominate and outwit her. My situation was an amusing satire on this theory. I fancied that I could feel a sneer in the woods at my detected conceit. There was something personal in it. The downpour of the rain and the slipperiness of the ground were elements of discomfort. But there was, besides these, a kind of terror in the very character of the forest itself. I think this arose not more from its immensity than from the kind of stolidity to which I have alluded. It seemed to me that it would be a sort of relief to kick the trees. I don't wonder that the bears fall too occasionally, and scratch the bark off the great pines and maples, tearing it angrily away. One must have some vent to his feelings. It is a common experience of people lost in the woods to lose their heads, and even the woodsmen themselves are not free from this panic when some accident has thrown them out of their reckoning. Fright unsettles the judgment. The oppressive silence of the woods is a vacuum in which the mind goes astray. It's a hollow sham, this pantheism. I said being one with nature is all humbug. I should like to see somebody. Man, to be sure, is of very little account, and soon gets beyond his depth. But the society of the least human being is better than this gigantic indifference. The rapture of the lonely shore is agreeable only when you know you can at any moment go home. I had now given up all expectation of finding the road, and was steering my way as well as I could northward towards the valley. In my haste, I made slow progress. Probably the distance I traveled was short, and the time consumed not long, but I seemed to be adding mile to mile and hour to hour. I had time to review the incidents of the Russo-Turkish War and to forecast the entire Eastern question. I outlined the characters of all my companions left in camp, and sketched in a sort of comedy the sympathetic and disparaging observations they would make on my adventure. I repeated something like 1,000 times without contradiction. What a fool you were to leave the river. I stopped 20 times, thinking I heard its loud roar, always deceived by the wind in the treetops. I began to entertain serious doubts about the compass, when suddenly I became aware that I was no longer on level ground. I was descending a slope. I was actually in a ravine. In a moment more, I was in a brook newly formed by the rain. "Thank heaven!" I cried. "This I shall follow, whatever conscience or the compass says. In this region, all streams go, sooner or later, into the valley. This ravine, the stream, no doubt led to the river." I splashed and tumbled along down it, in mud and water. Downhill we went together, the fall showing that I must have wandered to high ground. When I guessed that I must be close to the river, I suddenly stepped into mud up to my ankles. It was the road. Running, of course, the wrong way, but still the blessed road. It was a mere canal of liquid mud, but man had made it, and it would take me home. I was at least 3 miles from the point I supposed I was near at sunset, and I had before me a toilsome walk of 6 or 7 miles, most of the way in a ditch. But it is truth to say that I enjoyed every step of it. I was safe. I knew where I was, and I could have walked till morning. The mind had again got the upper hand of the body and began to plume itself on its superiority. It was even disposed to doubt whether it had been lost at all. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 3. A Fight with a Trout. Trout fishing in the Adirondacks would be a more attractive pastime than it is, but for the popular notion of its danger. The trout is a retiring and harmless animal, except when he is aroused and forced into a combat. And then his agility, fierceness, and vindictiveness become apparent. No one who has studied the excellent pictures representing men in an open boat, exposed to the assaults of long enraged trout flying at them through the open air with open mouth, ever ventures with his rod upon the lonely lakes of the forest without a certain terror, or ever reads of the exploits of daring fishermen without a feeling of admiration for their heroism. Most of their adventures are thrilling, and all of them are, in narration, more or less unjust to the trout. In fact, the object of them seems to be to exhibit, at the expense of the trout, the shrewdness, the skill, and the muscular power of the sportsman. My own simple story has few of these recommendations. We had built our bark camp one summer and were staying on one of the popular lakes of the Saranac region. It would be a very pretty region if it were not so flat. If the margins of the lake had not been flooded by dams at the outlets, which have killed the trees and left a rim of ghastly deadwood like the swamps of the underworld pictured by Doré's bizarre pencil, and if the pianos at the hotels were in tune. It would be an excellent sporting region also, for there is enough water, if the fish commissioners would stock the waters, and if previous hunters had not pulled all the hair and skin off from the deer's tails. Formerly, sportsmen had a habit of catching the deer by the tails, and of being dragged in mere wantonness round and round the shores. It is well known that if you seize a deer by this holt, the skin will slip off like the peel from a banana. This reprehensible practice was carried so far that the traveler is now hourly pained by the sight of a peel-tailed deer mournfully sneaking about the wood. We had been hearing for weeks of a small lake in the heart of the virgin forest, some 10 miles from our camp, which was alive with trout, unsophisticated, hungry trout. The inlet to it was described as stiff with them. In my imagination, I saw them lying there in ranks and rows, each a foot long, 3 tiers deep, and solid mass. The lake had never been visited except by stray sable hunters in the winter, and was known as the Unknown Pond. I determined to explore it, fully expecting, however, that it would prove to be a delusion, as such mysterious haunts of the trout usually are. Confiding my purpose to Luke, we secretly made our preparations and stole away from the shanty one morning at daybreak. Each of us carried a boat, a pair of blankets, a sack of bread, pork, and maple sugar, while I had my case of rods, creel, and book of flies, and Luke had an axe and the kitchen utensils. We think nothing of loads of this sort in the woods. 5 miles through a tamarack swamp brought us to the inlet of Unknown Pond, upon which we embarked our fleet and paddled down its vagrant waters. They were at first sluggish, winding among tryst fir trees, but gradually developed a strong current. At the end of 3 miles, a loud roar ahead warned us that we were approaching rapids, falls, and cascades. We paused. The danger was unknown. We had our choice of shouldering our loads and making a detour through the woods, or of shooting the rapids. Naturally, we chose the more dangerous course. Shooting the rapids has often been described, and I will not repeat the description here. It is needless to say that I drove my frail bark through the boiling rapids over the successive waterfalls, amid rocks and vicious eddies, and landed half a mile below with whitened hair and a boat half full of water. And that the guide was upset, and boat, contents, and man were strewn along the shore. After this common experience, we went quickly on our journey, and a couple of hours before sundown reached the lake. If I live to my dying day, I never shall forget its appearance. The lake is almost an exact circle, about 1/4 of a mile in diameter. The forest about it was untouched by axe, and unkilled by artificial flooding. The azure water had a perfect setting of evergreens, in which all the shades of the fir, the balsam, the pine, and the spruce were perfectly blended. And at intervals on the shore, in the emerald rim, blazed the ruby of the cardinal flower. It was at once evident that the unruffled waters had never been vexed by the keel of a boat. But what chiefly attracted my attention and amused me was the boiling of the water, the bubbling and breaking, as if the lake were a vast kettle with a fire underneath. A tyro would have been astonished at this common phenomenon. But sportsmen will at once understand me when I say that the water boiled with the breaking trout. I studied the surface for some time to see upon what sort of flies they were feeding, in order to suit my cast to their appetites. But they seemed to be at play rather than feeding, leaping high in the air in graceful curves, and tumbling about each other as we see them in the Adirondack pictures. It is well known that no person who regards his reputation will ever kill a trout with anything but a fly. It requires some training on the part of the trout to take to this method. The uncultivated, unsophisticated trout in unfrequented waters prefers the bait, and the rural people whose sole object in going a-fishing appears to be to catch fish, indulge them in their primitive taste for worm. No sportsman, however, will use anything but a fly, except he happens to be alone. While Luke launched my boat and arranged his seat in the stern, I prepared my rod and line. The rod is a bamboo weighing 7 ounces, which has to be spliced with a winding of silk thread every time it is used. This is a tedious process, but by fastening the joints in this way, a uniform spring is secured in the rod. No one devoted to high art would think of using a socket joint. My line was 40 yards of untwisted silk upon a multiplying reel. The leader, I am very particular about my leaders, had been made to order from a domestic animal with which I had been acquainted. The fisherman requires as good a catgut as the violinist. The interior of the house cat, it is well known, is exceedingly sensitive. But it may not be so well known that the reason why some cats leave the room in distress when a pianoforte is played is because the two instruments are not in the same key, and the vibrations of the chords of the one are in discord with the catgut of the other. On 6 feet of this superior article, I fixed 3 artificial flies, a simple brown hackle, a gray body with scarlet wings, and one of my own invention, which I thought would be new to the most experienced flycatcher. The trout fly does not resemble any known species of insect. It is a conventionalized creation, as we say of ornamentation. The theory is that, fly fishing being a high art, the fly must not be a tame imitation of nature, but an artistic suggestion of it. It requires an artist to construct one, and not every bungler can take a bit of red flannel, a peacock's feather, a flash of tinsel thread, a cock's plume, a section of a hen's wing, and fabricate a tiny object that will not look like any fly, but still will suggest the universal conventional fly. I took my stand in the center of the tipsy boat, and Luke shoved off, and slowly paddled towards some lily pads, while I began casting, unlimbering my tools, as it were. The fish had all disappeared. I got out perhaps 50 feet of line, with no response, and gradually increased it to 100. It is not difficult to learn to cast, but it is difficult to learn not to snap off the flies at every throw. Of this, however, we will not speak. I continued casting for some moments until I became satisfied that there had been a miscalculation. Either the trout were too green to know what I was at, or they were dissatisfied with my offers. I reeled in and changed the flies. That is, the fly that was not snapped off. After studying the color of the sky, of the water, and of the foliage, and the moderated light of the afternoon, I put on a series of beguilers, all of a subdued brilliancy, in harmony with the approach of the evening. At the second cast, which was a short one, I saw a splash where the leader fell, and gave an excited jerk. The next instant I perceived the game, and did not need the unfeigned damn of Luke to convince me that I had snatched his felt hat from his head and deposited it among the lilies. Discouraged by this, we whirled about and paddled over to the inlet, where a little ripple was visible in the tinted light. At the very first cast, I saw that the hour had come. 3 trout leaped into the air. The danger of this maneuver all fishermen understood. It is one of the commonest in the woods. 3 heavy trout taking hold at once, rushing in different directions, smash the tackle into flinders. I evaded this catch and threw again. I recall the moment. A hermit thrush, on the tip of a balsam, uttered his long, liquid evening note. Happening to look over my shoulder, I saw the peak of Marcy gleam rosy in the sky. I can't help it that Marcy is 50 miles off and cannot be seen from this region. These incidental touches are always used. The 100 feet of silk swished through the air, and the tail fly fell as lightly on the water as a 3-cent piece, with no slamming, will give the weight of a 10, drops upon the contribution plate. Instantly there was a rush, a swirl. I struck and got 'em by... Never mind what Luke said I got 'em by. Out on a fly, continued that irreverent guide, but I told him to back water and make for the center of the lake. The trout, as soon as he felt the prick of the hook, was off like a shot and took out the whole of the line with a rapidity that made it smoke. "Give him the butt," shouted Luke. It is the usual remark in such an emergency. I gave him the butt, and recognizing the fact and my spirit, the trout at once sank to the bottom and sulked. It is the most dangerous mood of a trout, for you cannot tell what he will do next. We reeled up a little bit and waited 5 minutes for him to reflect. A tightening of the line enraged him, and he soon developed his tactics. Coming to the surface, he made straight for the boat faster than I could reel in, and evidently with hostile intentions. "Look out for him!" cried Luke, as he came flying in the air. I evaded him by dropping flat into the bottom of the boat, and when I picked my traps up, he was spinning across the lake as if he had a new idea. But the line was still fast. He did not run far. I gave him the butt again, a thing he seemed to hate even as a gift. In a moment, the evil-minded fish, lashing the water in his rage, was coming back again, making straight for the boat as before. Luke, who was used to these encounters, having read of them in the writings of travelers he had accompanied, raised his paddle in self-defense. The trout left the water about 10 feet from the boat and came directly at me with fiery eyes, his speckled sides flashing like a meteor. I dodged as he whisked by with a vicious slap of his bifurcated tail, and nearly upset the boat. The line was of course slack, and the danger was that he would entangle it about me and carry away a leg. This was evidently his game, but I untangled it and only lost a breast button or 2 by the swiftly moving string. The trout plunged into the water with a hissing sound and went away again with all the line on the reel. More butt, more indignation on the part of the captive. The contest had now been going on for half an hour, and I was getting exhausted. We had been back and forth across the lake and round the lake. What I feared was that the trout would start up the inlet and wreck us in the bushes. But he had a new fancy and began the execution of a maneuver which I had never read of. Instead of coming straight towards me, he took a large circle, swimming rapidly and gradually contracting his orbit. I reeled in and kept my eye on him. Round and round he went, narrowing his circle. I began to suspect the game, which was to twist my head off. When he had reduced the radius of his circle to about 25 feet, he struck a tremendous pace through the water. It would be false modesty in a sportsman to say that I was not equal to the occasion. Instead of turning round with him, as he expected, I stepped to the bow, braced myself, and let the boat swing. Round went the fish, and round we went like a top. I saw a line of Mount Marcy's all round the horizon. The rosy tint in the west made a broad band of pink along the sky above the treetops. The evening star was a perfect circle of light, a hoop of gold in the heavens. We whirled and reeled and reeled and whirled. I was willing to give the malicious beast butt and line and all if he would only go the other way for a change. When I came to myself, Luke was gaffing the trout at the boatside. After we had got him in and dressed him, he weighed 3/4 of a pound. Fish always lose by being got in and dressed. It is best to weigh them while they are in the water. The only really large one I ever caught got away with my leader when I first struck him. He weighed 10 pounds. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 4. A Hunting of the Deer. If civilization owes a debt of gratitude to the self-sacrificing sportsmen who have cleared the Adirondack regions of catamounts and savage trout, what shall be said of the army which has so nobly relieved them of the terror of the deer? The deer slayers have somewhat celebrated their exploits in print, but I think that justice has never been done them. The American deer in the wilderness, left to himself, leads a comparatively harmless but rather stupid life, with only such excitement as his own timid fancy raises. It was very seldom that one of his tribe was eaten by the North American tiger. For a wild animal, he is very domestic, simple in his tastes, regular in his habits, affectionate in his family. Unfortunately for his repose, his haunch is as tender as his heart. Of all wild creatures, he is one of the most graceful in action, and he poses with the skill of an experienced model. I have seen the goats on Mount Pentelicus scatter at the approach of a stranger, climb to the sharp points of projecting rocks, and attitudinize in the most self-conscious manner, striking at once those picturesque poses against the sky with which Oriental pictures have made us and them familiar. But the whole proceeding was theatrical. Greece is the home of art, and it is rare to find anything there natural and unstudied. I presume that these goats have a no-nonsense about them when they are alone with the goatherds, any more than the goatherds have, except when they come to pose in the studio. But the long ages of culture, the presents always to the eye of the best models, and the forms of immortal beauty, the heroic friezes of the temple of Theseus. The marble processions of sacrificial animals have had a steady molding, educating influence equal to a society of decorative art upon the people and the animals who have dwelt in this artistic atmosphere. The Attic goat has become an artificially artistic being, though of course he is not now what he was as a poser in the days of Polycletus. There is opportunity for a very instructive essay by Mr. E. A. Freeman on the decadence of the Attic goat under the influence of the Ottoman Turk. The American deer, in the free atmosphere of our country, and as yet untouched by our decorative art, is without self-consciousness, and all his attitudes are free and unstudied. The favorite position of the deer, his forefeet in the shallow margin of the lake, among the lily pads, his antlers thrown back and his nose in the air at the moment he hears the stealthy breaking of a twig in the forest, is still spirited and graceful and wholly unaffected by the pictures of him which the artists have put upon canvas. Wherever you go in the northern forest, you will find deer paths. So plainly marked and well trodden are they that it is easy to mistake them for trails made by hunters. But he who follows one of them is soon in difficulties. He may find himself climbing through cedar thickets, an almost inaccessible cliff, or immersed in the intricacies of a marsh. The run in one direction will lead to water, but in the other it climbs the highest hills, to which the deer retires for safety and repose in impenetrable thickets. The hunters, in winter, find them congregated in yards, where they can be surrounded and shot as easily as our troops shoot Comanche women and children in their winter villages. These little paths are full of pitfalls among the roots and stones, and nimble as the deer is, he sometimes breaks one of his slender legs in them. Yet he knows how to treat himself without a surgeon. I knew of a tame deer in the settlement in the edge of the forest who had the misfortune to break her leg. She immediately disappeared, with a delicacy rare in an invalid, and was not seen for 2 weeks. Her friends had given her up, supposing that she had dragged herself away into the depths of the woods and died of starvation, when one day she returned, cured of lameness, but thin as a virgin shadow. She had the sense to shun the doctor, to lie down in some safe place, and patiently wait for her leg to heal. I have observed in many of the more refined animals this sort of shyness, and reluctance to give trouble, which excite our admiration when noticed in mankind. The deer is called a timid animal, and taunted with possessing courage only when he is at bay. The stag will fight when he can no longer flee, and the doe will defend her young in the face of murderous enemies. The deer gets little credit for this 11th-hour bravery, but I think that in any truly Christian condition of society, the deer would not be conspicuous for cowardice. I suppose that if the American girl, even as she is described in foreign romances, were pursued by bulldogs and fired at from behind fences every time she ventured outdoors, she would become timid and reluctant to go abroad. When that golden era comes, which the poets think is behind us, and the prophets declare is about to be ushered in by the opening of the vials and the killing of everybody who does not believe as those nations believe, which have the most cannon, when we all live in real concord, perhaps the gentle-hearted deer will be respected, and will find that men are not more savage to the weak than are the cougars and panthers. If the little spotted fawn can think, It must seem to her a queer world in which the advent of innocence is hailed by the baying of fierce hounds and the ping of the rifle. Hunting the deer in the Adirondacks is conducted in the most manly fashion. There are several methods, and in none of them is a fair chance to the deer considered. A favorite method with the natives is practiced in winter and is called by them still hunting. My idea of still hunting is for one man to go alone into the forest, look about for a deer, put his wits fairly against the wits of the keen-scented animal, and kill his deer or get lost in the attempt. There seems to be a sort of fairness about this. It is private assassination, tempered with a little uncertainty about finding your man. The still hunting of the natives has all the romance and danger attending the slaughter of sheep in an abattoir. As the snow gets deep, many deer congregate in the depths of the forest and keep a place trodden down, which grows larger as they tramp down the snow in search of food. In time, this refuge becomes a sort of yard, surrounded by unbroken snowbanks. The hunters then make their way to this retreat on snowshoes, and from the top of the banks pick off the deer at their leisure with their rifles, and haul them away to market, until the enclosure is pretty much emptied. This is one of the surest methods of exterminating the deer. It is also one of the most merciful, and, being the plan adopted by our government for civilizing the Indian, it ought to be popular. The only people who object to it are the summer sportsmen. They naturally want some pleasure out of the death of the deer. Some of our best sportsmen who desire to protract the pleasure of slaying deer through as many seasons as possible object to the practice of the hunters, who make it their chief business to slaughter as many deer in a camping season as they can. Their own rule, they say, is to kill a deer only when they need venison to eat. Their excuse is spacious. What right have these sophists to put themselves in a desert place, out of the reach of provisions, and then ground a right to slay deer on their own improvidence? If it is necessary for these people to have anything to eat, which I doubt, it is not necessary that they should have the luxury of venison. One of the most picturesque methods of hunting the poor deer is called floating. The person, with murder in his heart, chooses a cloudy night, seats himself, rifle in hand, in a canoe, which is noiselessly paddled by the guide, and explores the shore of the lake or the dark inlet. In the bow of the boat is a light in a jack, the rays of which are shielded from the boat and its occupants. A deer comes down to feed upon the lily pads. The boat approaches him. He looks up and stands a moment, terrified or fascinated by the bright flames. In that moment, the sportsman is supposed to shoot the deer. As an historical fact, his hand usually shakes so that he misses the animal, or only wounds him, and the stag limps away to die after days of suffering. Usually, however, the hunters remain out all night, get stiff from cold and the cramped position in the boat, and when they return in the morning to camp, cloud their future existence by the assertion that they heard a big buck moving along the shore, but the people in camp made so much noise that he was frightened off. By all odds, the favorite and prevalent mode is hunting with dogs. The dogs do the hunting, the men the killing. The hounds are sent into the forest to rouse the deer and drive him from his cover. They climb the mountains, strike the trails, and go baying and yelping on the track of the poor beast. The deer have their established runaways, as I said, and when they are disturbed in their retreat, they are certain to attempt to escape by following one which invariably leads to some lake or stream. All that the hunter has to do is to seat himself by one of these runaways, or sit in a boat on the lake, and wait the coming of the pursued deer. The frightened beast, fleeing from the unreasoning brutality of the hounds, will often seek the open country, with a mistaken confidence in the humanity of man. To kill a deer when he suddenly passes one on a runaway demands presence of mind and quickness of aim. To shoot him from the boat after he has plunged panting into the lake requires the rare ability to hit a moving object the size of a deer's head a few rods distant. Either exploit is sufficient to make a hero of a common man. To paddle up to the swimming deer and cut his throat is a sure means of getting venison, and has its charms for some. Even women and doctors of divinity have enjoyed this exquisite pleasure. It cannot be denied that we are so constituted by a wise Creator as to feel a delight in killing a wild animal which we do not experience in killing a tame one. The pleasurable excitement of a deer hunt has never, I believe, been regarded from the deer's point of view. I happen to be in a position, by reason of a lucky Adirondack experience, to present it in that light. I am sorry if this introduction to my little story has seemed long to the reader. It is too late now to skip it, but he can recoup himself by omitting the story. Early on the morning of the 23rd of August, 1877, a doe was feeding on Basin Mountain. The night had been warm and showery, and the morning opened in an undecided way. The wind was southerly. It is what the deer call a dog wind. Having come to know quite well the meaning of a southerly wind and a cloudy sky. The sole companion of the doe was her only child, a charming little fawn, whose brown coat was just beginning to be mottled with the beautiful spots which make this young creature as lovely as the gazelle. The buck, its father, had been that night on a long tramp across the mountain to Clear Pond, and had not yet returned. He went ostensibly to feed on the succulent lily pads there. He feedeth among the lilies until the day break and the shadows flee away, and he should be here by this hour, but he cometh not, she said. Leaping upon the mountains, skipping upon the hills. Clear Pond was too far off for the young mother to go with her fawn for a night's pleasure. It was a fashionable watering place at this season among the deer, and the doe may have remembered, not without uneasiness, the moonlight meetings of a frivolous society there. But the buck did not come. He was very likely sleeping under one of the ledges on Tight Nippin. Was he alone? I charge you, by the roes and by the hinds of the field, that ye stir not nor awake my love till he please. The doe was feeding, daintily cropping the tender leaves of the young shoots, and turning from time to time to regard her offspring. The fawn had taken his morning meal, and now lay curled up on a bed of moss, watching contentedly, with his large, soft brown eyes, every movement of his mother. The great eyes followed her with an alert entreaty, and if the mother stepped a pace or two further away in feeding, the fawn made a half movement as if to rise and follow her. You see, she was his sole dependence in all the world. But he was quickly reassured when she turned her gaze on him, and if, in alarm, he uttered a plaintive cry, she bounded to him at once, and with every demonstration of affection, licked his mottled skin till it shone again. It was a pretty picture, maternal love on the one part, and happy trust on the other. The doe was a beauty, and would have been so considered anywhere. As graceful and winning a creature as the sun that day shone on. Slender limbs, not too heavy flanks, round body, and aristocratic head, with small ears and luminous, intelligent, affectionate eyes. How alert, supple, free she was! What untaught grace in every movement! What a charming pose when she lifted her head and turned it to regard her child! You would have had a companion picture if you had seen it, as I saw that morning. A baby kicking about among the dry pine needles, on a ledge above the Ausable, in the valley below, while its young mother sat near, with an easel before her, touching in the color of a reluctant landscape, giving a quick look at the sky and the outline of the twin mountains, and bestowing every third glance upon the laughing boy. Art in its infancy. The doe lifted her head a little with a quick motion, and turned her ear to the south. Had she heard something? Probably it was only the south wind in the balsams. There was silence all about in the forest. If the doe had heard anything, it was one of those distant noises of the world. There are in the woods occasional moanings, premonitions of change, which are inaudible to the dull ears of men, but which I have no doubt the forest folk hear and understand. If the doe's suspicions were excited for an instant, they were gone as soon. With an affectionate glance at her fawn, she continued picking up her breakfast. But suddenly, she started. Head erect, eyes dilated, a tremor in her limbs. She took a step. She turned her head to the south. She listened intently. There was a sound, a distant, prolonged note, bell-toned, pervading the woods, shaking the air in smooth vibrations. It was repeated. The doe had no doubt now. She shook like the sensitive mimosa when a footstep approaches. It was the baying of a hound. It was far off, at the foot of the mountain. Time enough to fly, time enough to put miles between her and the hound before he should come upon her fresh trail. Time enough to escape away through the dense forest and hide in the recesses of Panther Gorge. Yes, time enough. But there was the fawn. The cry of the hound was repeated, more distinct this time. The mother instinctively bounded a few paces. The fawn started up with an anxious bleat. The doe turned. She came back. She couldn't leave it. She bent over it and licked it, and seemed to say, "Come, my child, we are pursued. We must go." She walked away towards the west, and the little thing skipped after her. It was slow going for the slender legs over the fallen logs and through the rasping bushes. The doe bounded in advance and waited. The fawn scrambled after her, slipping and tumbling along, very groggy yet on its legs, and whining a good deal because its mother kept always moving away from it. The fawn evidently did not hear the hound. The little innocent would even have looked sweetly at the dog and tried to make friends with it if the brute had been rushing upon him. By all the means at her command, the doe urged her young one on, but it was slow work. She might have been a mile away while they were making a few rods. Whenever the fawn caught up, he was quite content to frisk about. He wanted more breakfast for one thing, and his mother wouldn't stand still. She moved on continually, and his weak legs were tangled in the roots of the narrow deer path. Shortly came a sound that threw the doe into a panic of terror, a short, sharp yelp, followed by a prolonged howl, caught up and re-echoed by other bayings along the mountainside. The doe knew what that meant. One hound had caught her trail, and the whole pack responded to the view hello. The danger was certain now. It was near. She could not crawl on in this way. The dogs would soon be upon them. She turned again for flight.
The fawn, scrambling after her, tumbled over and bleated piteously. The baying, emphasized now by the yelp of certainty, came nearer. Flight with the fawn was impossible. The doe returned and stood by it, head erect and nostrils distended. She stood perfectly still, but trembling. Perhaps she was thinking. The fawn took advantage of the situation and began to draw his luncheon ratio. The doe seemed to have made up her mind. She let him finish. The fawn, having taken all he wanted, lay down contentedly, and the doe licked him for a moment. Then, with the swiftness of a bird, she dashed away, and in a moment was lost in the forest. She went in the direction of the hounds. According to all human calculations, she was going into the jaws of death. So she was. All human calculations are selfish. She kept straight on, hearing the baying every moment more distinctly. She descended the slope of the mountain until she reached the more open forest of hardwood. It was freer going here, and the cry of the pack echoed more resoundingly in the great spaces. She was going due east when, judging by the sound, the hounds were not far off, though they were still hidden by a ridge. She turned short away to the north and kept on at a good pace. In 5 minutes more, she heard the sharp, exultant yelp of discovery, and then the deep-mouthed howl of pursuit. The hounds had struck her trail where she turned, and the fawn was safe. The doe was in good running condition, the ground was not bad, and she felt the exhilaration of the chase. For the moment, fear left her, and she bounded on with the exultation of triumph. For a quarter of an hour she went on at a slapping pace, clearing the moose bushes with bound after bound, flying over the fallen logs, pausing neither for brook nor ravine. The baying of the hounds grew fainter behind her, but she struck a bad piece of going, a deadwood slash. It was marvelous to see her skim over it, leaping among its intricacies, and not breaking her slender legs. No other living animal could do it. But it was killing work. She began to pant fearfully. She lost ground. The baying of the hounds was nearer. She climbed the hardwood hill at a slower gait, but once on more level, free ground, her breath came back to her, and she stretched away with new courage, and maybe a sort of contempt of her heavy pursuers. After running at high speed, perhaps half a mile farther, it occurred to her that it would be safe now to turn to the west and by a wide circuit seek her fawn. But at the moment she heard a sound that chilled her heart. It was the cry of a hound to the west of her. The crafty brute had made the circuit of the slash and cut off her retreat. There was nothing to do but to keep on, and on she went still to the north, with the sound of the pack behind her. In 5 minutes more, she had passed into a hillside clearing. Cows and young steers were grazing there. She heard a tinkle of bells. Below her, down the mountain slope, were other clearings, broken by patches of wood. Fences intervened, and a mile or two down lay the valley, the shining Ausable, and the peaceful farmhouses. That way also her hereditary enemies were. Not a merciful heart in all that lovely valley. She hesitated. It was only for an instant. She must cross the Slide Brook Valley if possible and gain the mountain opposite. She bounded on. She stopped. What was that? From the valley ahead came the cry of a searching hound. All the devils were loose this morning. Every way was closed but one, and that led straight down the mountain to the cluster of houses. Conspicuous among them was a slender, white wooden spire. The doe did not know that it was the spire of a Christian chapel. But perhaps she thought that human pity dwelt there, and would be more merciful than the teeth of the hounds. The hounds are baying on my track. O white man, will you send me back? In a panic, frightened animals will always flee to humankind from the danger of more savage foes. They always make a mistake in doing so. Perhaps the trait is the survival of an era of peace on earth. Perhaps it is a prophecy of the golden age of the future. The business of this age is murder, the slaughter of animals, the slaughter of fellow men by the wholesale. Hilarious poets who have never fired a gun write hunting songs, tir-ra-la, and good bishops write war songs, Ave the Tsar. The hunted doe went down the open, clearing the fences splendidly, flying along the stony path. It was a beautiful sight. But consider what a shot it was. If the deer now could only have been caught, I no doubt there were tender-hearted people in the valley who would have spared her life, shut her up in a stable, and petted her. Was there one who could have let her go back to her waiting fawn? It is the business of civilization to tame or kill. The doe went on. She left the sawmill on John Brooks to her right. She turned into a wood path. As she approached Slide Brook, she saw a boy standing by a tree with a raised rifle. The dogs were not in sight, but she could hear them coming down the hill. There was no time for hesitation. With a tremendous burst of speed, she cleared the stream, and as she touched the bank, heard the ping of a rifle bullet in the air above her. The cruel sound gave wings to the poor thing. In a moment more, she was in the opening. She leaped into the traveled road. Which way? Below her, in the wood, was a load of hay. A man and a boy, with pitchforks in their hands, were running towards her. She turned south and flew along the street. The town was up. Women and children ran to the doors and windows. Men snatched their rifles. Shots were fired. At the big boarding houses, the summer boarders, who never have anything to do, came out and cheered. A camp stool was thrown from a veranda. Some young fellow shooting at a mark in the meadow saw the flying deer and popped away at her, but they were accustomed to a mark that stood still. It was all so sudden. There were 20 people who were just going to shoot her. When the doe leaped the road fence and went away across a marsh towards the foothills, it was a fearful gauntlet to run, but nobody except the deer considered it in that light. Everybody told what he was just going to do. Everybody who had seen the performance was a kind of hero. Everybody except the deer. For days and days it was the subject of conversation, and the summer boarders kept their guns at hand, expecting another deer would come to be shot at. The doe went away to the foothills, going now slower and evidently fatigued, if not frightened half to death. Nothing is so appalling to a recluse as half a mile of summer boarders. As the deer entered the thin woods, she saw a rabble of people start across the meadow in pursuit. By this time, the dogs, panting and lolling out their tongues, came swinging along, keeping the trail like stupids, and consequently losing ground when the deer doubled. But when the doe had gotten to the timber, she heard the savage brutes howling across the meadow. It is well enough, perhaps, to say that nobody offered to shoot the dogs. The courage of the panting fugitive was not gone. She was game to the tip of her high-bred ears. But the fearful pace at which she had just been going told on her. Her legs trembled, and her heart beat like a trip-hammer. She slowed her speed, perforce, but she fled industriously up the right bank of the stream. When she had gone a couple of miles, and the dogs were evidently gaining again, she crossed the broad, deep brook, climbed the steep left bank, and fled on in the direction of the Mount Marcy Trail. The fording of the river threw the hounds off for a time. She knew by their uncertain yelping up and down the opposite bank that she had a little respite. She used it, however, to push on until the baying was faint in her ears, and then she dropped, exhausted, upon the ground. The rest, brief as it was, saved her life. Roused again by the baying pack, she leapt forward with better speed, though without that keen feeling of exhilarating flight that she had in the morning. It was still a race for life, but the odds were in her favor, she thought. She did not appreciate the dogged persistence of the hounds, nor had any inspiration told her that the race is not to the swift. She was a little confused in her mind where to go, but an instinct kept her course to the left and consequently further away from her fawn. Going now slower and now faster, as the pursuit seemed more distant or nearer, she kept to the southwest, crossed the stream again, left Panther Gorge on her right, and ran on by Haystack and Skylight in the direction of the upper Ausable Pond. I do not know her exact course through this maze of mountains, swamps, ravines, and frightful wildernesses. I only know that the poor thing worked her way along painfully, with sinking heart and unsteady limbs, lying down dead beat at intervals, and then spurred on by the cry of the remorseless dogs until late in the afternoon. She staggered down the shoulder of Bartlett and stood upon the shore of the lake. If she could put that piece of water between her and her pursuers, she would be safe. Had she strength to swim it? At her first step into the water, she saw a sight that sent her back with a bound. There was a boat mid-lake. 2 men were in it. One was rowing, the other had a gun in his hand. They were looking towards her. They had seen her. She did not know that they had heard the baying of hounds on the mountains and had been lying in wait for her an hour. What should she do? The hounds were drawing near. No escape that way, even if she could still run. With only a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the lake and struck obliquely across. Her tired legs could not propel the tired body rapidly. She saw the boat headed for her. She turned toward the center of the lake. The boat turned. She could hear the rattle of the oarlocks. It was gaining on her. Then there was a silence. Then there was a splash of water just ahead of her, followed by a roar round the lake. The words, "Confound it all," and a rattle of the oars again. The doe saw the boat nearing her. She turned irresolutely to the shore whence she came. The dogs were lapping the water and howling there. She turned again to the center of the lake. The brave, pretty creature was quite exhausted now. In a moment more, with a rush of water, the boat was on her, and the man at the oars had leaned over and caught her by the tail. "Knock her on the head with that paddle," he shouted to the gentleman in the stern. The gentleman was a gentleman, with a kind, smooth-shaven face, and might have been a minister of some sort of everlasting gospel. He took the paddle in his hand. Just then the doe turned her head and looked at him with her great appealing eyes. "I can't do it, my soul, I can't do it," and he dropped the paddle. "Oh, let her go." "Let her go," was the only response of the guide as he slung the deer round, whipped out his hunting knife, and made a pass that severed her jugular. And the gentleman ate that night of the venison. The buck returned about the middle of the afternoon. The fawn was bleeding, piteously hungry and lonesome. The buck was surprised. He looked about in the forest, He took a circuit and came back. His doe was nowhere to be seen. He looked down at the fawn in a helpless sort of way. The fawn appealed for his supper. The buck had nothing whatever to give his child, nothing but his sympathy. If he said anything, this is what he said. I'm the head of this family, but really, this is a novel case. I've nothing whatever for you. I don't know what to do. I've the feelings of a father, but you can't live on them. Let us travel. The buck walked away. The little one toddled after him. They disappeared in the forest. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 5. A Character Study. There has been a lively inquiry after the primeval man. Wanted, a man who would satisfy the conditions of the Miocene environment, and yet would be good enough for an ancestor. We are not particular about our ancestors, if they are sufficiently remote, but we must have something. Failing to apprehend the primeval man, science has sought the primitive man where he exists as a survival in present savage races. He is, at best, only a mushroom growth of the recent period, came in probably with the general raft of mammalian fauna, but he possesses yet some rudimentary traits that may be studied. It is a good mental exercise to try to fix the mind on the primitive man divested of all the attributes he has acquired in his struggles with the other mammalian fauna. Fix the mind on an orange, the ordinary occupation of the metaphysician. Take from it, without eating it, odor, color, weight, form, substance, and peel. Then let the mind still dwell on it as an orange. The experiment is perfectly successful, only at the end of it, you haven't any mind. Better still, consider the telephone. Take away from it the metallic disc, and the magnetized iron, and the connecting wire, and then let the mind run abroad on the telephone. The mind won't come back. I have tried by this sort of process to get a conception of the primitive man. I let the mind roam away, back over the vast geologic spaces, and sometimes fancy I see a dim image of him stalking across the terrace epoch of the Quaternary period. But this is an unsatisfying pleasure. The best results are obtained by studying the primitive man as he is left here and there in our era, a witness of what has been. And I find him most to my mind in the Adirondack system of what geologists call the Champlain epoch. I suppose the primitive man is one who owes more to nature than to the forces of civilization. What we seek in him are the primal and original traits, unmixed with the sophistications of society, and unimpaired by the refinements of an artificial culture. He would retain the primitive instincts which are cultivated out of the ordinary, commonplace man. I should expect to find him, by reason of an unrelinquished kinship, enjoying a special communion with nature, admitted to its mysteries, understanding its moods, and able to predict its vagaries. He would be a kind of test to us of what we have lost by our gregarious acquisitions. On the one hand, there would be the sharpness of the senses, the keen instincts, which the fox and the beaver still possess, the ability to find one's way in the pathless forest, to follow a trail, to circumvent the wild denizens of the woods,
And on the other hand, there would be the philosophy of life, which the primitive man, with little external aid, would evolve from original observation and cogitation. It is our good fortune to know such a man, but it is difficult to present him to a scientific and conveying generation. He immigrated from somewhat limited conditions in Vermont at an early age nearly half a century ago, and sought freedom for his natural development backward in the wilds of the Adirondacks. Sometimes it is a love of adventure and freedom that sends men out of the more civilized conditions into the less. Sometimes it is a constitutional physical lassitude which leads them to prefer the rod to the hoe, the trap to the sickle, and the society of bears to town meetings and taxes. I think that old Mountain Phelps had merely the instincts of the primitive man, and never any hostile civilizing's intent as to the wilderness into which he plunged. Why should he want to slash away the forest and plow up the ancient mold, when it is indefinitely pleasanter to roam about in the leafy solitudes, or sit upon a mossy log and listen to the chatter of birds and the stir of beasts? Are there not trout in the streams, gum exuding from the spruce, sugar in the maples, honey in the hollows of trees, fur on the sables, warmth in hickory logs? Will not a few days' planting and scratching in the open yield potatoes and rye? And if there is steadier diet needed than venison and bear, is the pig an expensive animal? If old Phelps bowed to the prejudice or fashion of his age, since we have come out of the tertiary state of things, and reared a family, built a frame house in a secluded nook by a cold spring, planted about it some apple trees and a rudimentary garden, and installed a group of flaming sunflowers by the door, I am convinced that it was a concession that he did not touch his radical character. That is to say, it did not impair his reluctance to split ovenwood. He was a true citizen of the wilderness. Thoreau would have liked him, as he liked Indians and woodchucks, and the smell of pine forests, and if old Phelps had seen Thoreau, he probably would have said to him, "Why on earth, Mr. Thoreau, don't you live according to your preaching?" You might be misled by the shaggy suggestion of old Phelps' given name, Orson, into the notion that he was a mighty hunter, with the fierce spirit of the berserkers in his veins. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The hirsute and grisly sound of Orson expresses only his entire affinity with the untamed and the natural, an uncouth but gentle passion for the freedom and wilderness of the forest. Orson Phelps has only those unconventional and humorous qualities of the bear which make the animal so beloved in literature, and one does not think of old Phelps so much as a lover of nature, to use the sentimental slang of the period, as a part of nature itself. His appearance at the time when, as a guide, he began to come into public notice fostered this impression. A sturdy figure with long body and short legs, clad in a woolen shirt and butternut-colored trousers repaired to the point of picturesqueness. His head surmounted by a limp, light brown felt hat, frayed away at the top so that his yellowish hair grew out of it like some nameless fern out of a pot. His tawny hair was long and tangled, matted now many years past the possibility of being entered by a comb. His features were small and delicate, and set in the frame of a reddish beard, the razor having mowed away a clearing about the sensitive mouth, which was not seldom wreathed with a childlike and charming smile. Out of this hirsute environment looked the small gray eyes,
set near together, eyes keen to observe and quick to express change of thought, eyes that made you believe instinct can grow into philosophic judgment. His feet and hands were of aristocratic smallness, although the later were not worn away by ablutions. In fact, they assisted his toilet to give you the impression that here was a man who had just come out of the ground, a real son of the soil, whose appearance was partially explained by his humorous relation to soap. "Soap is a thing," he said, "that I hadn't no kinder use for." His clothes seemed to have been put on him once for all, like the bark of a tree a long time ago. The observant stranger was sure to be puzzled by the contrast of this realistic and uncouth exterior with the internal fineness amounting to refinement and culture that shone through it all. What communion had supplied the place of our artificial breeding to this man? Perhaps his most characteristic attitude was sitting on a log with a short pipe in his mouth. If ever man was formed to sit on a log, it was old Phelps. He was essentially a contemplative person. Walking on a country road or anywhere in the open was irksome to him. He had a shambling, loose-jointed gait, not unlike that of the bear. His short legs bowed out, as if they had been more in the habit of climbing trees than of walking. On land, if we may use that expression, he was something like a sailor, but once in the rugged trail or the unmarked route of his native forest, he was a different person, and few pedestrians could compete with him. The vulgar estimate of his contemporaries, that reckoned old Phelps lazy, was simply a failure to comprehend the conditions of his being. It is the unjustness of civilization that it sets up uniform and artificial standards for all persons. The primitive man suffers by them much as the contemplative philosopher does when one happens to arrive in this busy, fussy world. If the appearance of old Phelps attracts attention, his voice, when first heard, invariably startles the listener. A small, high-pitched, half-querulous voice. It easily rises into the shrillest falsetto, and it has a quality in it that makes it audible in all the tempests of the forest or the roar of rapids, like the piping of a boatswain whistle at sea in a gale. He has a way of letting it rise as his sentence goes on, and when he is opposed in an argument, or wishes to mount above other voices in the conversation until it dominates everything. Heard in the depths of the woods, quavering aloft, it is felt to be as much a part of nature, an original force, as the northwest wind or the scream of the hen hawk. When he is pottering about the campfire, trying to light his pipe with a twig held in the flame, he is apt to begin some philosophical observation in a small, slow, stumbling voice, which seems about to end in defeat, when he puts on some unsuspected force, and the sentence ends in an insistent shriek. Horace Greeley had such a voice, and could regulate it in the same manner, but Phelps' voice is not seldom plaintive, as if touched by the dreamy sadness of the woods themselves. When old Mountain Phelps was discovered, he was, as the reader has already guessed, not understood by his contemporaries. His neighbors, farmers in the secluded valley, had many of them grown thrifty and prosperous, cultivating the fertile meadows and vigorously attacking the timbered mountains, while Phelps, with not much more faculty of acquiring property than the roaming deer, had pursued that even tenor of the life in the forest on which he set out, they would have been surprised to be told that old Phelps owned more of what makes the value of the Adirondacks than all of them put together. But it was true. This woodsman, this trapper, this hunter, this fisherman, this sitter on a log and philosopher, was the real proprietor of the region over which he was ready to guide the stranger. It is true that he had not a monopoly of its geography or its topography, though his knowledge was superior in these respects. There were other trappers and more deadly hunters, and as intrepid guides. But old Phelps was the discoverer of the beauties and sublimities of the mountains, and when city strangers broke into the region, he monopolized the appreciation of these delights and wonders of nature. I suppose that in all that country he alone had noticed the sunsets, and observed the delightful processes of the seasons, taken pleasure in the woods for themselves, and climbed mountains solely for the sake of the prospect. He alone understood what was meant by scenery. In the eyes of his neighbors, who did not know that he was a poet and a philosopher, I dare say he appeared to be a slack provider, a rather shiftless trapper and fisherman, and his passionate love of the forest and the mountains, if it was noticed, was accounted to him for idleness. When the appreciative tourist arrived, Phelps was ready, as guide, to open to him all the wonders of his possessions. He, for the first time, found an outlet for his enthusiasm and a response to his own passion. It then became known what manner of man this was who had grown up here in the companionship of forests, mountains, and wild animals, that these scenes had highly developed in him the love of beauty, the aesthetic sense, delicacy of appreciation, refinement of feeling, and that, in his solitary wanderings and musings, the primitive man, self-taught, had evolved for himself a philosophy and a system of things. And it was a sufficient system, so long as it was not disturbed by external skepticism. When the outer world came to him, perhaps he had about as much to give to it as to receive from it. Probably more in his own estimation, for there is no conceit like that of isolation. Phelps loved his mountains. He was the discoverer of Marcy, and caused the first trail to be cut to its summit, so that others could enjoy the noble views from its round and rocky top. To him it was, in noble symmetry and beauty, the chief mountain of the globe. To stand on it gave him, as he said, a feeling of heaven uphistedness. He heard with impatience that Mount Washington was 1,000 feet higher, and he had a childlike incredulity about the surpassing sublimity of the Alps. Praise of any other elevation he seemed to consider a slight to Mount Marcy, and did not willingly hear it, any more than a lover hears the laudation of the beauty of another woman than the one he loves. When he showed us scenery he loved, it made him melancholy to have us speak of scenery elsewhere that was finer. And yet there was this delicacy about him, that he never overpraised what he brought us to see, any more than one would overpraise a friend of whom he was fond. I remember that when, for the first time, after a toilsome journey through the forest, the splendors of the lower Ausable Pond broke upon our vision, that low-lying silver lake, imprisoned by the precipices with which it reflected in its bosom, he made no outward response to our burst of admiration. Only a quiet gleam of the eye showed the pleasure of our appreciation gave him. As someone said, it was as if his friend had been admired, a friend about whom he was unwilling to say much himself, but well pleased to have others praise. Thus far, we have considered old Phelps as simply the product of the Adirondacks, not so much a self-made man, as the doubtful phrase has it, as a natural growth amid primal forces. But our study is interrupted by another influence, which complicates the problem, but increases its interest. No scientific observer, so far as we know, has ever been able to watch the development of the primitive man, played upon and fashioned by the hebdomadal iteration of Greeley's Weekly Tribune. Old Phelps, educated by the woods, is a fascinating study. Educated by the woods and the Tribune, he is a phenomenon. No one at this day can reasonably conceive exactly what this newspaper was to such a mountain valley as Keene. If it was not a providence, it was a Bible. It was no doubt owing to it that Democrats became as scarce as moose in the Adirondacks. But it is not of its political aspect that I speak. I suppose that the most cultivated and best informed portion of the earth's surface, the Western Reserve of Ohio, as free from conceit as it is from a suspicion that it lacks anything, owes in preeminence solely to this comprehensive journal. It is received from it everything except a collegiate and classical education, things not to be desired, since they interfere with the self-manufacture of man. If Greek had been in this curriculum, its best-known dictum would have been translated, "Make thyself." This journal carried to the community that fed on it not only a complete education in all departments of human practice in theorizing, but the more valuable and satisfying assurance that there was nothing more to be gleaned in the universe worth the attention of man. This panoplied its readers in completeness. Politics, literature, arts, science, universal brotherhood, and sisterhood, nothing was omitted. Neither the poetry of Tennyson, nor the philosophy of Margaret Fuller, neither the virtues of association, nor of unbolted wheat. The laws of political economy and trade were laid down as positively and clearly as the best way to bake beans, and the saving truth that the millennium would come, and come only when every foot on the earth was subsoiled. I do not say that Orson Phelps was the product of nature and the Tribune, but he cannot be explained without considering these two factors. To him, Greeley was the Tribune, and the Tribune was Greeley. And yet I think he conceived of Horace Greeley as something greater than his newspaper, and perhaps capable of producing another journal equal to it in another part of the universe. At any rate, so completely did Phelps absorb this paper and this personality that he was popularly known as Greeley in the region where he lived. Perhaps a fancied resemblance of the two men in the popular mind had something to do with this transfer of name. There is no doubt that Horace Greeley owed his vast influence in the country to his genius, nor much doubt that he owed his popularity in the rural districts to James Gordon Bennett, that is, to the personality of the man which the indigenous Bennett impressed upon the country. That he despised the conventionalities of society, and was as sloven in his toilet, was firmly believed, and the belief endeared him to the hearts of the people. To them, the old white coat, an antique garment of unrenewed immortality, was as much a subject of idolatry as the redingot grise to the soldiers of the first Napoleon, who had seen it by the campfires on the Po and on the Borysthenes, and believed that he would come again in it to lead them against the enemies of France. The Greeley of the popular heart was clad as Bennett said he was clad. It was in vain, even pathetically in vain, that he published in his newspaper the full bill of his fashionable tailor. The fact that it was receipted may have excited the animosity of some of his contemporaries, to show that he wore the best broadcloth, and that the folds of his trousers followed the city fashion of falling outside his boots. If this revelation was believed, it made no sort of impression in the country. The rural readers were not to be wheedled out of their cherished conception of the personal appearance of the philosopher of the Tribune. That the Tribune taught old Phelps to be more Phelps than he would have been without it was part of the independence teaching mission of Greeley's paper. The subscribers were an army, in which every man was a general, and I am not surprised to find old Phelps lately rising to the audacity of criticizing his exemplar. In some recently published observations by Phelps upon the philosophy of reading is laid down this definition: if I understand the necessity or use of reading, it is to reproduce again what has been said or proclaimed before. Hence letters, characters, etc., are arranged in all the perfection they possibly can be, to show how certain language has been spoken by the original author. Now, to reproduce by reading, the reading should be done so perfectly like the original that no one standing out of sight could tell the reading from the first time the language was spoken. This is illustrated by the highest authority at hand. I have heard as good readers read and as poor readers read as almost anyone in this region. If I have not heard as many, I have had a chance to hear nearly the extreme in variety. Horace Greeley ought to have been a good reader. Certainly but few, if any, ever knew every word of the English language at a glance more readily than he did, or knew the meaning of every mark of punctuation more clearly. But he could not read proper. But how do you know, says one? From the fact I heard him in the same lecture deliver or produce remarks in his own particular way. If they had been published properly in print, a proper reader would have reproduced them again the same way. In the midst of those remarks, Mr. Greeley took up a paper to reproduce by reading part of a speech that someone else had made, and his reading did not sound much more like the man than the first read, or made the speech than the clatter of a nail factory sounds like a well-delivered speech. Now, the fault was not because Mr. Greeley did not know how to read as well as almost any man that ever lived, if not quite, but in his youth he learned to read wrong. And as it is 10 times harder to unlearn anything than it is to learn it, he, like thousands of others, could never stop to unlearn it, but carried it on through his whole life. Whether a reader would be thanked for reproducing one of Horace Greeley's lectures as he delivered it is a question that cannot detain us here. But the teaching that he ought to do so, I think, would please Mr. Greeley. The first driblets of professional tourists and summer boarders who arrived among the Adirondack Mountains a few years ago found old Phelps the chief and best guide of the region. Those who were eager to throw off the usages of civilization and tramp and camp in the wilderness could not but be well satisfied with the aboriginal appearance of this guide, and when he led off into the woods, axe in hand, and a huge canvas sack upon his shoulders, they seemed to be following the wandering Jew. The contents of this sack would have furnished a modern industrial exhibition. Provisions cooked and raw, blankets, maple sugar, tinware, clothing, pork, Indian meal, flour, coffee, tea, etc. Phelps was the ideal guide. He knew every foot of the pathless forest. He knew all woodcraft, all the signs of the weather, or, what is the same thing, how to make a Delphic prediction about it. He was fisherman and hunter, and had been the comrade of sportsmen and explorers, and his enthusiasm for the beauty and sublimity of the region, and for its untamable wildness, amounted to a passion. He loved his profession, and yet it very soon appeared that he exercised it with reluctance, for those who had neither ideality nor love for the woods. Their presence was a profanation amid the scenery he loved. To guide into his private and secret haunts a party that had no appreciation of their loveliness disgusted him. It was a waste of his time to conduct flippant young men and giddy girls and irreverent lark of the expedition. And, for their part, they did not appreciate the benefit of being accompanied by a poet and a philosopher. They neither understood nor valued his special knowledge and his shrewd observations. They didn't even like his shrill voice. His quaint talk bored them. It was true that, at this period, Phelps had lost something of the activity of his youth, and the habit of contemplative sitting on a log and talking increased with the infirmities induced by the hard life of the woodsman. Perhaps he would rather talk, either about the woods life or the various problems of existence, than cut wood or busy himself in the drudgery of the camp. His critics went so far as to say, "Old Phelps is a fraud." They would have said the same of Socrates. Xanthippe, who never appreciated the world in which Socrates lived, thought he was lazy. Probably Socrates could cook no better than old Phelps, and no doubt went gumming about Athens with very little care of what was in the pot for dinner. If the summer visitors measured old Phelps, he also measured them by his own standards. He used to write out what he called short-faced descriptions of his comrades in the woods, which were never so flattering as true. It was curious to see how the various qualities which are esteemed in society appeared in his eyes, looked at merely in their relation to the limited world he knew, and judged by their adaptation to the primitive life. It was a much subtler comparison than that of the ordinary guide, who rates his travelers by his ability to endure on a march, to carry a pack, use an oar, hit a mark, or sing a song. Phelps brought his people to a test of their naturalness and sincerity, tried by contact with the verities of the woods. If a person failed to appreciate the woods, Phelps had no opinion of him or his culture. And yet, although he was perfectly satisfied with his own philosophy of life, worked out by close observation of nature and a study of the tribune, he was always eager for converse with superior minds, with those who had the advantage of travel and much reading, and above all, with those who had any original speculation. Of all the society he was ever permitted to enjoy, I think he prized most that of Dr. Bushnell. The doctor enjoyed the quaint and first-hand observations of the old woodsman, and Phelps found new worlds open to him in the wide ranges of the doctor's mind. They talked by the hour upon all sorts of themes: the growth of the tree, the habits of wild animals, the migration of seeds, the succession of oak and pine, not to mention theology and the mysteries of the supernatural. I recall the bearing of old Phelps when, several years ago, he conducted a party to the summit of Mount Marcy by the way he had bushed out. This was his mountain, and he had a peculiar sense of ownership in it. In a way, it was holy ground, and he would rather no one should go on it who did not feel its sanctity. Perhaps it was a sense of some divine relation in it that made him always speak of it as mercy. To him, this ridiculously dubbed Mount Marcy was always Mount Mercy. By a like effort to soften the personal offensiveness of the nomenclature of this region, he invariably spoke of Dick's Peak, one of the southern peaks of the range, as Dixie. It was some time since Phelps himself had visited his mountain, and as he pushed on through the miles of forest, we noticed a kind of eagerness in the old man, as of a lover going to a rendezvous. Along the foot of the mountain flows a clear trout stream, secluded and undisturbed in those awful solitudes, which is the Mercy Brook of the old woodsman. The day when he crossed it, in advance of his company, he was heard to say in a low voice, as if greeting some object of which he was shyly fond, "So, little brook, do I meet you once more?" And when we were well up the mountain and emerged from the last stunted fringe of vegetation upon the rock-bound slope, I saw old Phelps, who was still foremost, cast himself upon the ground and heard him cry, with an enthusiasm that was intended for no mortal ear, "I'm with you once again." His great passion very rarely found expression in any such theatrical burst. The bare summit that day was swept by a fierce cold wind, and lost in an occasional chilling cloud. Some of the party, exhausted by the climb, and shivering in the rude wind, wanted a fire kindled and a cup of tea made, and thought this the guide's business. Fire and tea were far enough from his thought. He had withdrawn himself quite apart, and wrapped in a ragged blanket, still and silent as the rock he stood on, was gazing out upon the wilderness of the peaks. The view from Marcy is peculiar. It is without softness or relief. The narrow valleys are only dark shadows. The lakes are bits of broken mirror. From horizon to horizon, there is a tumultuous sea of billows turned to stone. You stand upon the highest billow, you command the situation. You have surprised nature in a high creative act. The mighty primal energy has only just become repose. This was a supreme hour to old Phelps. Tea? I believe the boys succeeded in kindling a fire, but the enthusiastic Stoic had no reason to complain of want of appreciation in the rest of the party. When we were descending, he told us, with mingled humor and scorn, of a party of ladies he once led to the top of the mountain on a still day, who began immediately to talk about the fashions. As he related the scene, stopping and facing us in the trail, his mild, far-in eyes came to the front, and his voice rose with his language to a kind of scream. Why, there they were, right before the greatest view they ever saw, talking about the fashions. Impossible to convey the accent of contempt in which he pronounced the word fashions, and then added with a sort of regretful bitterness,
I was a great mind to come down and leave 'em there. In common with the Greeks, old Phelps personified the woods, mountains, and streams. They had not only personality, but distinctions of sex. It was something beyond the characterization of the hunter, which appeared, for instance, when he related a fight with a panther, in such expressions as, "Then Mr. Panther thought he would see what he could do," etc. He was in imaginative sympathy with all wild things. The afternoon we descended Mount Marcy, we went away to the west through the primeval forests toward Avalanche and Colden, and followed the course of the charming Opalescent. When we reached the leaping stream, Phelps exclaimed, "Here's little Miss Opalescent." "Why don't you say Mr. Opalescent?" someone asked. "Oh, she's too pretty." And too pretty she was, with her foam white and rainbow dress, and her downfalls and fountain-like uprising. A bewitching young person we found her all that summer afternoon. This sylph-like person had little in common with a monstrous lady whose adventures in the wilderness Phelps was fond of relating. She was built something on the plan of the mountains, and her ambition to explore was equal to her size. Phelps and the other guides once succeeded in raising her to the top of Marcy, but the feat of getting a hogshead of molasses up there would have been easier. In attempting to give us an idea of her magnitude that night, as we sat in the forest camp, Phelps hesitated a moment while he cast his eye around the woods. "Well, there ain't no tree." It is only by recalling fragmentary remarks and incidents that I can put the reader in possession of the peculiarities of my subject. And this involves the wrenching of things out of their natural order and continuity, and introducing them abruptly. An abruptness illustrated by the remark of Old Man Hoskins, which Phelps liked to quote, when one day he suddenly slipped down a bank into a thicket and seated himself in a wasp's nest. "I hadn't no business here, but here I be." The first time we went into camp on the upper Ausable Pond, which has been justly celebrated as the most prettily set sheet of water in the region, we were disposed to build our shanty on the south side, so that we could have in full view the Gothics and that loveliest of mountain contours. To our surprise, old Phelps, whose sentimental weakness for these mountains we knew, opposed this. His favorite camping ground was on the north side, a pretty sight in itself, but with no special view. In order to enjoy the lovely mountains, we should be obliged to row out into the lake. We wanted them always before our eyes, at sunrise and sunset, and in the blaze of noon. With deliberate speech, as if weighing our arguments and disposing of them, he replied, "Well now, them Gothics ain't the kinder scenery you want to hog down." It was on quiet Sundays in the woods, or in talks by the campfire, that Phelps came out as the philosopher, and commonly contributed the light of his observations. Unfortunate marriages, and marriages in general, were, on one occasion, the subject of discussion, and a good deal of darkness had been cast on it by various speakers, when Phelps suddenly piped up from a log where he had sat silent, almost invisible, in the shadow and smoke. "Well now, when you've said all there is to be said, marriage is mostly for discipline." Discipline, certainly, the old man had in one way or another, and years of solitary communing in the forest had given him perhaps a childlike insight into spiritual concerns. Whether he had formulated any creed or what faith he had, I never knew.
Keene Valley had a reputation of not ripening Christians any more successfully than maize, the season there being short, and on our first visit it was said to contain but one Bible Christian, though I think an accurate census disclosed 3. Old Phelps, who sometimes made abrupt remarks in trying situations, was not included in this census, but he was the disciple of supernaturalism in a most charming form. I have heard of his opening his inmost thoughts to a lady one Sunday, after a noble sermon of Robertson's had been read in the cathedral stillness of the forest. His experience was entirely first-hand, and related with unconsciousness that it was not common to all. There was nothing of the mythic or sentimentalist, only a vivid realism in that nearness of God of which he spoke, as near sometimes as those trees, and of the holy voice that, in a time of inward struggle, had seemed to him to come from the depths of the forest, saying, "Poor soul, I am the way." In later years, there was a revival in Keene Valley, the result of which was a number of young converts, whom Phelps seemed to regard as a veteran might raw recruits, and to have his doubts what sort of soldiers they would make. "Wall, Jimmy," he said to one of them, "you've kindled a pretty good fire with light wood. That's what we do of a dark night in the woods, you know, but we do it just so as we can look around and find the solid wood. So now, put on your solid wood." In the Sunday Bible classes of the period, Phelps was a perpetual anxiety to the others, who followed closely the printed lessons, and beheld with alarm his discursive efforts to get into freer air and light. His remarks were the most refreshing part of the exercises, but were outside of the safe path into which the others thought it was necessary to win him from his speculations. The class were one day on the verses concerning God's word being written on the heart, and were keeping close to the shore under the guidance of Barnes's notes, when old Phelps made a dive to the bottom and remarked that he had thought a good deal about the expression, God's word written on the heart, and had been asking himself how that was to be done. And suddenly it occurred to him, having been much interested lately in watching the work of a photographer, that when a photograph is going to be taken, all that has to be done is to put the object in position, and the sun makes the picture. And so he rather thought that all we had got to do was to put our hearts in place, and God would do the writing. Phelps's theology, like his science, is first-hand. In the woods one day, talk ran on the Trinity as being nowhere asserted as a doctrine in the Bible, and someone suggested that the attempt to pack these great and fluent mysteries into one word must always be more or less unsatisfactory. "Yes," droned Phelps, "I never could see much speculation in that expression, the Trinity. Why, they'd a good deal better say Legion." The sentiment of the man about nature, or his poetic sensibility, was frequently not to be distinguished from a natural religion, and was always tinged with the devoutness of Wordsworth's verse. Climbing slowly one day up the balcony, he was more than usually calm and slow. He espied an exquisite fragile flower in the crevice of a rock, in a very lonely spot. "It seems as if," he said, or rather dreamed out, "it seems as if the Creator had kept something just to look at himself." To a lady whom he had taken to Chapel Pond, a retired but rather uninteresting spot, and who expressed a little disappointment at its tameness, saying, of this, why, Mr. Phelps, the principal charm of this place seems to be its loneliness." "Yes," he replied in gentle and lingering tones, "and its nativeness. It lies here just where it was born." Rest and quiet had infinite attractions for him. A secluded opening in the woods was a calm spot. He told of seeing once, or rather being in, a circular rainbow. He stood on Indian Head, overlooking the lower lake, so that he saw the whole bow in the sky and the lake, and seemed to be in the midst of it. Only at one place there was an indentation in it, where it rested on the lake just enough to keep it from rolling off. This resting of the sphere seemed to give him great comfort. One Indian summer morning in October, some ladies found the old man sitting on his doorstep smoking a short pipe. He gave no sign of recognition, except a twinkle of the eye, being evidently quite in harmony with the peaceful day. They stood there a full minute before he opened his mouth. Then he did not rise, but slowly took his pipe from his mouth, and said in a dreamy way, pointing towards the brook, "Do you see that tree?" indicating a maple almost denuded of leaves, which lay like a yellow garment cast at its feet. "I've been watching that tree all the morning. There hadn't been a breath of wind, but for hours the leaves have been falling, just as you see them now. And at last it's pretty much bare." And after a pause, pensively, "Well, I suppose its hour had come." This contemplative habit of old Phelps is wholly unappreciated by his neighbors, but it has been indulged in no inconsiderable part of his life. Rising after a time, he said, "Now, I want you to go with me and see my golden city I've talked so much about." He led the way to a hill outlook, when suddenly, emerging from the forest, the spectators saw revealed the winding valley and its stream. He said quietly, "There is my golden city." Far below, at their feet, they saw that vast assemblage of birches and popples, yellow as gold in the brooding noonday, and slender spires rising out of the glowing mass. Without another word, Phelps sat a long time in silent content. It was to him, as Bunyan says, a place desirous to be in. Is this philosopher contented with what life has brought him? Speaking of money one day, when we had asked him if he should do differently if he had his life to live over again, he said yes, but not about money. To have had hours such as I have had in these mountains, and with such men as Dr. Bushnell, and Dr. Shaw, and Mr. Twitchell, and others I could name, is worth all the money the world could give. He read character very well, and took in accurately the boy nature. Tom, an irrepressible, rather overdone specimen. Tom's a nice kind of a boy, but he's got to come up against a snubbing post one of these days. Boys, he once said, you can't get boys to take any kinder notice of scenery. I never yet saw a boy that would look a second time at a sunset. Now, a girl will sometimes, but even then it's instantaneous, comes and goes like the sunset. As for me, still speaking of scenery, these mountains are here, that I see every day, are no more to me, in one sense, than a man's farm is to him. What mostly interests me now is when I see some new freak or shape in the face of nature. In literature, it may be said that old Phelps prefers the best in the very limited range that has been opened to him. Tennyson is his favorite among poets, an affinity explained by the fact that they are both lotus eaters. Speaking of a lecture room talk of Mr. Beecher's, which he had read, he said, "It filled my cup about as full as I colorlate to have it. There was a good deal of truth in it, and some poetry, and a little spice, too. We've got to have the spice, you know." He admired, for different reasons, a lecture by Greeley that he once heard, into which so much knowledge of various kinds was crowded that he said he made a regular gobble of it. He was not without discrimination, which he exercised upon the local preaching when nothing better offered. Of one sermon he said, the man began way back at the creation and just preached right along down, and he didn't say nothing after all. It just seemed to me as if he was trying to get up a kind of a fix-up. Old Phelps used words sometimes like algebraic signs, and had a habit of making one do duty for a season together for all occasions. Speculation and colorlation and fix-up are specimens of words that were prolific in expression. An unusual expression, or an unusual article, would be characterized as a kind of a science literary get-up. "What is the program for tomorrow?" I once asked him. "Wall, I colorlate if they rig up the colorlation, they colorlate on. We'll go to the Boreas." Starting out for a day's tramp in the woods, he would ask whether we wanted to take a regular walk or a random scoot, the later being a plunge into the pathless forest. When he was on such an expedition and became entangled in dense brush and maybe a network of slash and swamp, he was like an old wizard as he looked here and there, seeking a way, peering into the tangle or withdrawing from a thicket and muttering to himself, "There ain't no speculation there." And when the way became altogether inscrutable, "Well, this is a regular random scoot of a rigmarole." As someone remarked, the dictionary in his hands is like clay in the hands of the potter. A petrification was a kind of a hardwood chemical get-up. There is no conceit, we are apt to say, like that born of isolation from the world, and there are no such conceited people as those who have lived all their lives in the wood. Phelps was, however, unsophisticated in his until the advent of strangers into his life, who brought in literature and various other disturbing influences. I am sorry to say that the effect has been to take off something of the bloom of his simplicity, and to elevate him into an oracle. I suppose this is inevitable as soon as one goes into print, and Phelps has gone into print in the local papers. He has been bitten with the literary get-up, justly regarding most of the Adirondack literature as a perfect fizzle. He has himself projected a work, and written much of the natural history of his region. Long ago, he made a large map of the mountain country, and until recent surveys, it was the only one that could lay any claim to accuracy. His history is no doubt original in form and unconventional in expression. Like most of the writers of the 17th century and the court ladies and gentlemen of the 18th century, he is an independent speller. Writing of his work on the Adirondacks, he says, "If I should ever live to get this wonderful thing written, I expect it will show one thing, if no more, and that is that everything has an opposite. I expect to show in this that literature has an opposite. If I do not show anything else, we could not enjoy the blessings and happiness of righteousness if we did not know iniquity was in the world. In fact, there would be no righteousness without iniquity. Writing also of his great enjoyment of being in the woods, especially since he has had the society there of some people he names, he adds, "And since I have literature, science and art all spread about on the green moss of the mountain woods or the gravel banks of the crystal stream, it seems like finding roses, honeysuckles, and violets on a crisp brown cliff in December. You know I don't believe much in the religion of ceremony, but any riotous thing that has life and spirit in it is food for me." I must not neglect to mention an essay, continued in several numbers of his local paper, on the growth of the tree, in which he demolishes the theory of Mr. Greeley, whom he calls one of the best vegetable philosophers, about growth without seed. He treats of the office of sap. All trees have some kind of sap, and some kind of operation of sap flowing in their season. The dissemination of seeds, the process of growth, the power of healing wounds, the proportion of roots to branches, etc. Speaking of the latter, he says, "I have thought it would be one of the greatest curiosities on earth to see a thrifty growing maple or elm that had grown on a deep soil interval to be 2 feet in diameter, to be raised clear into the air with every root and fiber down to the minutest thread, all entirely cleared of soil, so that every particle could be seen in its natural position. I think it would astonish even the wise ones." From his instinctive sympathy with nature, he often credits vegetable organisms with instinctive judgment. Observation teaches us that a tree is given powerful instincts, which would almost appear to amount to judgment in some cases, to provide for its own wants and necessities. Here our study must cease. When the primitive man comes into literature, he is no longer primitive. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 6. Camping Out. It seems to be agreed that civilization is kept up only by a constant effort. Nature claims its own speedily when the effort is relaxed. If you clear a patch of fertile ground in the forest, uproot the stumps, and plant it, year after year, in potatoes and maize, you say you have subdued it. But if you leave it for a season or two, a kind of barbarism seems to steal out upon it from the circling woods. Coarse grass and brambles cover it. Bushes spring up in a wild tangle. The raspberry and the blackberry flower and fruit, and the humorous bear feeds upon them. The last state of that ground is worse than the first. Perhaps the cleared spot is called Ephesus. There is a splendid city on the plain. There are temples and theaters on the hills. The commerce of the world seeks its port. The luxury of the Orient flows through its marble streets. You are there one day when the sea has receded. The plain is a pestilent marsh. The temples, the theaters, the lofty gates have sunken and crumbled, and the wild briar runs over them. And as you grow pensive in the most desolate place in the world, a bandit lounges out of a tomb and offers to relieve you of all that which creates artificial distinctions in society. The higher the civilization has risen, the more abject is the desolation of barbarism that ensues. The most melancholy spot in the Adirondacks is not a tamarack swamp where the traveler wades in moss and mire, and the atmosphere is composed of equal active parts of black flies, mosquitoes, and midges. It is the village of the Adirondack Iron Works, where the streets of gaunt houses are falling to pieces, tenantless. The factory wheels have stopped, the furnaces are in ruins. The iron and wooden machinery is strewn about in helpless detachment, and heaps of charcoal, ore, and slag proclaim an arrested industry. Beside this deserted village, even Calamity Pond, shallow, sedgy, with its ragged shores of stunted firs, and its melancholy shaft that marks the spot where the proprietor of the iron works accidentally shot himself, is cheerful. The instinct of barbarism that leads people periodically to throw aside the habits of civilization and seek the freedom and discomfort of the woods is explicable enough. But it is not so easy to understand why this passion should be the strongest in those who are most refined and most trained in intellectual and social fastidiousness. Philistinism and shoddy do not like the woods, unless it becomes fashionable to do so, and then, as speedily as possible, they introduce their artificial luxuries, and reduce the life in the wilderness to the vulgarity of a well-fed picnic. It is they who have strewn the Adirondacks with paper collars and tin cans. The real enjoyment of camping and tramping in the woods lies in a return to the primitive conditions of lodging, dress, and food, in as total an escape as may be from the requirements of civilization. And it remains to be explained why this is enjoyed most by those who are most highly civilized. It is wonderful to see how easily the restraints of society fall off. Of course, it is not true that courtesy depends upon clothes with the best people, but with others, behavior hangs almost entirely upon dress. Most good habits are easily got rid of in the woods. Doubt sometimes seems to be felt whether Sunday is a legal holiday there. It becomes a question of casuistry with a clergyman whether he may shoot at a mark on Sunday, if none of his congregation are present. He intends no harm. He only gratifies a curiosity to see if he can hit the mark. Where shall he draw the line? Doubtless he might throw a stone at a chipmunk or shout at a loon. Might he fire at a mark with an air gun that makes no noise? He will not fish or hunt on Sunday, although he is no more likely to catch anything that day than on any other. But may he eat trout that the guide has caught on Sunday, if the guide swears he caught them Saturday night? Is there such a thing as a vacation in religion? How much of our virtue do we owe to inherited habits? I am not at all sure whether this desire to camp outside of civilization is creditable to human nature or otherwise. We hear sometimes that the Turk has been merely camping for 4 centuries in Europe. I suspect that many of us are, after all, really camping temporarily in civilized conditions, and that going into the wilderness is an escape longed for into our natural and preferred state. Consider what this camping out is. That is confessedly so agreeable to people most delicately reared. I have no desire to exaggerate its delights. The Adirondack wilderness is essentially unbroken. A few bad roads that penetrate it, a few jolting wagons that traverse them, a few barn-like boarding houses on the edge of the forest, where the boarders are soothed by patent coffee and stimulated to unnatural gaiety by Japan tea, and experimented on by unique cookery, do little to destroy the savage fascination of the region. In half an hour, at any point, one can put himself into solitude and every desirable discomfort. The party that covets the experience of the camp comes down to primitive conditions of dress and equipment. There are guides and porters to carry the blankets for beds, the raw provisions, and the camp equipage, and the motley party of the temporarily decivilized flies into the woods, and begins perhaps by a road, perhaps on a trail, its exhilarating and weary march. The exhilaration arises partly from the casting aside of restraint, partly from the adventure of exploration, and the weariness from the interminable toil of bad walking, a heavy pack, and the grim monotony of trees and bushes that shut out all prospect except an occasional glimpse of the sky. Mountains are painfully climbed, streams forded, lonesome lakes paddled over, long and muddy carries traversed. Fancy this party the victim of political exile, banished by the law, and a more sorrowful march could not be imagined. But the voluntary hardship becomes pleasure, and it is undeniable that the spirits of the party rise as the difficulties increase. For this straggling and stumbling band, the world is young again. It has come to the beginning of things. It has cut loose from tradition and is free to make a home anywhere. The movement has all the promise of a revolution. All this virginal freshness invites the primitive instincts of play and disorder. The free range of the forest suggests endless possibilities of exploration and possession. Perhaps we are treading where man, since the Creator, never trod before. Perhaps the waters of this bubbling spring, which we deepen by scraping out the decayed leaves and the black earth, have never been tasted before, except by the wild denizens of these woods. We cross the trails of lurking animals, paths that heighten our senses of seclusion from the world. The hammering of the infrequent woodpecker, the call of the lonely bird, the drumming of the solitary partridge, all these sounds do but emphasize the lonesomeness of nature. The roar of the mountain brook dashing over its bed of pebbles, rising out of the ravine and spreading, as it were, a mist of sound through all the forest, continuous beating waves that have the rhythm of eternity in them, and the fitful movement of the air tides through the balsams and firs and the giant pines. How these grand symphonies shut out the little exasperations of our vexed life. It seems easy to begin life over again on the simplest terms. Probably it is not so much the desire of the congregation to escape from the preacher, or of the preacher to escape himself, that drives sophisticated people into the wilderness, as it is the unconquered craving for primitive simplicity, the revolt against the everlasting dress parade of our civilization. From this monstrous pomposity, even the artificial rusticity of a petit triomphe is a relief. It was only human nature that the jaded Frenchman of the Regency should run away to the New World and live in a forest hut with an Indian squaw, although he found little satisfaction in his act of heroism
unless we talked about it at Versailles. When our trampers come late in the afternoon to the bank of a lovely lake where they purpose to enter the primitive life, everything is waiting for them in virgin expectation. There is a little promontory jutting into the lake and sloping down to a sandy beach on which the waters idly lapse, and shoals of red fins and shiners come to greet the stranger. The forest is untouched by the axe. The tender green sweeps the water's edge. Ranks of slender firs are marshaled by the shore. Clumps of white birch stems shine in a satin purity among the evergreens. The boles of giant spruce, maples, and oaks, lifting high their crowns of foliage, stretch away in endless galleries and arcades. Through the shifting leaves, the sunshine falls upon the brown earth. Overhead are fragments of blue sky. Under the boughs and in chance openings appear the bluer lake and the outline of the gracious mountains. The discoverers of this paradise, which they have entered to destroy, note the babbling of the brook that flows close at hand. They hear the splash of the leaping fish. They listen to the sweet metallic song of the evening thrush and the chatter of the red squirrel, who angrily challenges their right to be there. But the moment of sentiment passes. This party has come here to eat and to sleep, and not to encourage nature in her poetic attitudinizing. The spot for a shanty is selected. This side shall be its opening towards the lake, and in front of it the fire, so that the smoke shall drift into the hut and discourage the mosquitoes. Yonder shall be the cook's fire, and the path to the spring. The whole colony bestir themselves in the foundation of a new home, an enterprise that has all the fascination and none of the danger of a veritable new settlement in the wilderness. The axes of the guides resound in the echoing spaces. Great trunks fall with a crash. Vistas are opened towards the lake and the mountains. The spot for the shanty is cleared of underbrush. Forked stakes are driven into the ground. Cross pieces are laid on them and poles sloping back to the ground. In an incredible space of time, there is the skeleton of a house, which is entirely open in the front. The roof and sides must be covered. For this purpose, the trunks of great spruces are skinned. The woodman rims the bark near the foot of the tree, and again 6 feet above, and slashes it perpendicularly. Then, with a blunt stick, he crowds off this thick hide exactly as an ox is skinned. It needs but a few of these skins to cover the roof, and they make a perfectly watertight roof, except when it rains. Meantime, busy hands have gathered boughs of the spruce and the feathery balsam, and shingled the ground underneath the shanty for a bed. It is an aromatic bed. In theory, it is elastic and consoling. Upon it are spread the blankets. The sleepers, of all sexes and ages, are to lie there in a row, their feet to the fire, and their heads under the edge of the sloping roof. Nothing could be better contrived. The fire is in the front. It is not a fire, but a conflagration. A vast heap of green logs set on a fire, of pitch and split deadwood, and crackling balsams raging and roaring. By the time twilight falls, the cook has prepared supper. Everything has been cooked in a tin pail and a skillet. Potatoes, tea, pork, mutton, slapjacks. You wonder how everything could have been prepared in so few utensils.
When you eat, the wonder ceases. Everything might have been cooked in one pail. It is a noble meal, and nobly is it disposed of by these amateur savages sitting about upon logs and roots of trees. Never were there such potatoes. Never beans that seemed to have more of the bean in them. Never such curly pork. Never trout with more Indian meal on them. Never mutton more distinctly sheepy. And the tea drunk out of a tin cup with a lump of maple sugar dissolved in it. It is the sort of tea that takes hold, lifts the hair, and disposes the drinker to anecdote and hilariousness. There is no deception about it. It tastes of tannin and spruce and creosote. Everything, in short, has the flavor of the wilderness and a free life. It is idyllic. And yet, with all our sentimentality, there is nothing feeble about the cooking. The slapjacks are a solid job of work, made to last and not go to pieces in a person's stomach like a trivial bun. We might record on them, in cuneiform characters, our incipient civilization, and future generations would doubtless turn them up as Akkadian bricks. Good, robust victuals are what the primitive man wants. Darkness falls suddenly. Outside the ring of light from our conflagration, the woods are black. There is a tremendous impression of isolation and lonesomeness in our situation. We are the prisoners of the night. The woods never seemed so vast and mysterious. The trees are gigantic. There are noises that we do not understand, mysterious winds passing overhead, and rambling in great galleries, tree trunks grinding against each other, undefinable stirs and uneasinesses. The shapes of those who pass into the dimness are outlined in monstrous proportions. The specters seated about in the glare of the fire talk about appearances and presentiments and religion. The guides cheer the night with bear fights and catamount encounters and frozen to death experiences, and simple tales of great prolixity and no point, and jokes of primitive lucidity. We hear catamounts and the stealthy tread of things in the leaves, and the hooting of owls, and when the moon rises, the laughter of the loon. Everything is strange, spectral, fascinating. By and by, we get our positions in the shanty for the night and arrange the row of sleepers. The shanty has become a smokehouse by this time. Waves of smoke roll into it from the fire. It is only by lying down and getting the head well under the eaves that one can breathe. No one can find her things. Nobody has a pillow. At length the row is laid out with the solemn protestation of intention to sleep. The wind, shifting, drives away the smoke. Good night is said 100 times. Positions are readjusted. More last words. New shifting about. Final remarks. It is all so comfortable and romantic. And then silence. Silence continues for a minute. The fire flashes up. All the rows of heads is lifted up simultaneously to watch it. Showers of sparks sail aloft into the blue night. The vast vault of greenery is a fairy spectacle. How the sparks mount and twinkle and disappear like tropical fireflies, and all the leaves murmur and clap their hands. Some of the sparks do not go out. We see them flaming in the sky when the flame of the fire has died down. Well,
Good night. Good night. More folding of the arms to sleep, more grumbling about the hardness of a handbag, or the insufficiency of a pocket handkerchief for a pillow. Good night. Was that a remark? Something about a root? A stub in the ground sticking into the back? You couldn't lie along a hair? Well, no. Here's another stub. It needs but a moment for the conversation to become general, about roots under the shoulder, stubs in the back, a ridge on which it is impossible for the sleeper to balance, the non-elasticity of boughs, the hardness of the ground, the heat, the smoke, the chilly air. Subjects of remarks multiply. The whole camp is awake and chattering like an aviary. The owl is also awake, but the guides who are asleep outside make more noise than the owls. Water is wanted and is handed about in a dipper. Everybody is yawning. Everybody is now determined to go to sleep in good earnest. A last good night. There is an appalling silence. It is interrupted in the most natural way in the world. Somebody has got the start and gone to sleep. He proclaims the fact. He seems to have been brought up on the seashore, and to know how to make all the deep-toned noises of the restless ocean. He is also like a warhorse, or, it is suggested, like a sawhorse. How malignantly he snores and breaks off, and at once begins again in another key. One head is raised after another. Who is that? Somebody punch him. Turn him over. Reason with him. The sleeper is turned over. The turn was a mistake. He was before, it appears, on his most agreeable side. The camp rises in indignation. The sleeper sits up in bewilderment. Before he can go off again, 2 or 3 others have preceded him. They are all alike. You never can judge what a person is when he is awake. There are here 6 disturbers of the peace who should be put in solitary confinement. At midnight, when a philosopher crawls out to sit on a log by the fire and smoke a pipe, a duet in tenor and mezzo-soprano is going on in the shanty, with a chorus always coming in at the wrong time. Those who are not asleep want to know why the smoker doesn't go to bed. He is requested to get some water, to throw on another log, to see what time it is, to note whether it looks like rain. A buzz of conversation arises. She is sure she heard something behind the shanty. He says it is all nonsense. Perhaps, however, it might be a mouse. Mercy! Are there mice? Plenty. Then that's what I heard nibbling by my head. I shan't sleep a wink. Do they bite? No, they nibble. Scarcely ever take a full bite. It's horrid! Towards morning it grows chilly. The guides have let the fire go out. The blankets will slip down. Anxiety begins to be expressed about the dawn. What time does the sun rise? Awful early. Did you sleep? Not a wink. And you? In spots. I'm going to dig up this root as soon as it's light enough. See that mist on the lake? And the light just coming on the Gothics? I'd no idea it was so cold. All the first part of the night I was roasted. What were they talking about all night? When the party crawls out to the early breakfast, after it has washed its faces in the lake, it is disorganized but cheerful. Nobody admits much sleep, but everybody is refreshed and declares it delightful. It is the fresh air all night that invigorates. Or maybe it is the tea. or the slapjacks. The guides have erected a table of spruce bark with benches at the sides so that breakfast is taken in form. It is served on tin plates and oak chips. After breakfast begins the day's work. It may be a mountain climbing expedition, or rowing and angling in the lake, or fishing for trout in some stream 2 or 3 miles distant. Nobody can stir far from the camp without a guide. Hammocks are swung, bowers are built, novel reading begins, worsted work appears, cards are shuffled and dealt. The day passes in absolute freedom from responsibility to oneself. At night, when the expeditions return, the camp resumes its animation. Adventures are recounted, every statement of the narrator being disputed and argued. Everybody has become an adept in woodcraft, but nobody credits his neighbor with like instinct. Society getting resolved into its elements. Confidence is gone. Whilst the hilarious party are at supper, a drop or two of rain falls. The head guide is appealed to. Is it going to rain? He says it does rain. But will it be a rainy night? The guide goes down to the lake, looks at the sky, and concludes that if the wind shifts a pint more, there is no telling what sort of weather we shall have. Meantime, the drops patter thicker on the leaves overhead, and the leaves, in turn, pass the water down to the table. The sky darkens, the wind rises, there is a kind of shiver in the woods, and we scud away into the shanty, taking the remains of our supper and eating it as best we can. The rain increases. The fire sputters and fumes. All the trees are dripping, and the ground is wet. We cannot step outdoors without getting a drenching. Like sheep, we are penned in the little hut, where no one can stand erect. The rain swirls into the open front and wets the bottom of the blankets. Smoke drives in. We curl up and enjoy ourselves. The guides at length conclude that it is going to be damp. The dismal situation sets us all into good spirits, and it is later than the night before when we crawl under our blankets, sure this time of a sound sleep. Lulled by the storm and the rain resounding off the bark roof, how much better off we are than many a shelterless wretch. We are as snug as dry herrings. At the moment, however, of dropping off to sleep, somebody unfortunately notes a drop of water on his face. This is followed by another drop. In an instant, a stream is established. He moves his head to a dry place. Scarcely has he done so when he feels a dampness in his back. Reaching his hand outside, he finds a puddle of water soaking through his blanket. By this time, somebody inquires if it is possible that the roof leaks. One man has a stream of water under him. Another says it's coming into his ear. The roof appears to be a discriminating sieve. Those who are dry see no need of such a fuss. The man in the corner spreads his umbrella, and the protective measure is resented by his neighbor. In the darkness there is recrimination. One of the guides, who is summoned, suggests that the rubber blankets be passed out and spread over the roof. The inmates dislike the proposal, saying that a shower bath is no worse than a tub bath. The rain continues to soak down. The fire is only half alive. The bedding is damp. Some sit up if they can find a dry spot to sit on and smoke. Heartless observations are made, and few sleep, and the night wears on. the morning opens cheerless. The sky is still leaking, and so is the shanty. The guides bring in a half-cooked breakfast. The roof is patched up. There are reviving signs of breaking away, delusive signs that create momentary exhilaration. Even if the storm clears, the woods are soaked. There is no chance of stirring. The world is only 10 feet square. This life, without responsibility or clean clothes, may continue as long as the reader desires. There are those who would like to live in this free fashion forever, taking rain and sun as heaven pleases. And there are some souls so constituted that they cannot exist more than 3 days without their worldly baggage, taking the party altogether from one cause or another. It is likely to strike camp sooner than was intended. And the stricken camp is a melancholy sight. The woods have been despoiled. The stumps are ugly. The bushes are scorched. The pine-leaf-strewn earth is trodden into mire. The landing looks like a cattle ford. The ground is littered with all the unsightly debris of hand-to-hand life. The dismantled shanty is a shabby object. The charred and blackened logs where the fire blazed suggest the extinction of family life. Man has wrought his usual wrong upon nature, and he can save his self-respect only by moving to virgin forests. And move to them he will, the next season, if not this. For he who has once experienced the fascination of the woods life never escapes its enticement. In the memory, nothing remains but its charm. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 7. A Wilderness Romance. At the south end of Keene Valley in the Adirondacks stands Noon Mark, a shapely peak 3,500 feet above the sea, which, with the aid of the sun, tells the Keene people when it is time to eat dinner. From its summit you look south into a vast wilderness basin, a great stretch of forest little trodden, and out of whose bosom you can hear from the heights on a still day the loud murmur of the bouquet. This basin of unbroken green rises away to the south and southeast into the rocky heights of Dick's Peak and Nippletop. The latter, a local name which neither the mountain nor the fastidious tourist is able to shake off. Indeed, so long as the mountain keeps its present shape as seen from the southern lowlands, it cannot get on without its name. These two mountains, which belong to the great system of which Marcy is the giant center and are in the neighborhood of 5,000 feet high, on the southern outposts of the great mountains, form the gateposts of the pass into the south country. This opening between them is called Hunter's Pass. It is the most elevated and one of the wildest of the mountain passes. Its summit is 3,500 feet high. In former years, it is presumed the hunters occasionally followed the game through, but latterly it is rare to find a guide who has been that way, and the tin can and paper collar tourists have not yet made it a runway. This seclusion is due not to any inherent difficulty of travel, but to the fact that it lies a little out of the way. We went through it last summer, making our way into the jaws from the foot of the great slides on Dick's, keeping along the ragged spurs of the mountain through the virgin forest. The pass is narrow, walled in on each side by precipices of granite, and blocked up with boulders and fallen trees, and beset with pitfalls in the road ingeniously covered with fair-seeming moss. When the climber occasionally loses sight of a leg in one of these treacherous holes and feels a cold sensation in his foot, he learns that he has dipped into the sources of the bouquet, which emerges lower down into falls and rapids, and, recruited by creeping tributaries, goes brawling through the forest basin, and at last comes out an amiable and boat-bearing stream in the valley of Elizabethtown. From the summit, another rivulet trickles away to the south, and finds its way through a frightful tamarack swamp, and through woods scarred by ruthless lumbering to Mud Pond, a quiet body of water, with a ghastly fringe of dead trees, upon which people of grand intentions and weak vocabulary are trying to fix the name of Elk Lake. The descent of the pass on that side is precipitous and exciting. The way is in the stream itself, and a considerable portion of the distance we swung ourselves down the faces of considerable falls and tumbled down cascades. The descent, however, was made easy by the fact that it had rained, and every footstep was yielding and slippery. Why sane people, often church members respectably connected, will subject themselves to this sort of treatment, be wet to the skin, bruised by the rocks, and flung about among the bushes and dead wood until the most necessary part of their apparel hangs in shreds, is one of the delightful mysteries of these woods. I suspect that every man is at heart a roving animal, and likes at intervals to revert to the condition of the bear and the catamount. There is no trail through Hunter's Pass, which, as I have intimated, is the least frequented portion of this wilderness. Yet we were surprised to find a well-beaten path a considerable portion of the way, and wherever a path is possible. It was not a mere deer's runway. These are found everywhere in the mountains. It is trodden by other and larger animals, and is no doubt the highway of beasts. It bears marks of having been so for a long period, and probably a period long ago. Large animals are not common in these woods now, and you seldom meet anything fiercer than the timid deer and the gentle bear. But in days gone by, Hunter's Pass was the highway of the whole caravan of animals who were continually going backward and forwards in the aimless roaming way that beasts have, between Mud Pond and the Bouquet Basin. I think I can see now the procession of them between the heights of Dix and Nippletop, the elk and the moose shambling along, cropping the twigs, the heavy bear lounging by with his exploring nose, the frightened deer trembling at every twig that snapped beneath his little hooves, intent on the lily pads of the pond, the raccoon and the hedgehog sidling along, and the velvet-footed panther, insouciant and conscienceless, scenting the path with a curious glow in his eye, or crouching in an overhanging tree ready to drop into the procession at the right moment. Night and day, year after year, I see them going by, watched by the red fox and the comfortably clad sable, and grinned at by the black cat, the innocent, the vicious, the timid and the savage, the shy and the bold, the chattering slanderer and the screaming prowler, the industrious and the peaceful, the treetop critic and the crawling biter, just as it is elsewhere. It makes me blush for my species when I think of it, This charming society is nearly extinct now. Of the larger animals, there only remain the bear, who minds his own business more thoroughly than any person I know, and the deer, who would like to be friendly with men, but whose winning face and gentle ways are no protection from the savageness of man, and who is treated with the same unpitying destruction as the snarling catamount. I have read in history that the amiable natives of the Hispaniola fared no better at the hands of the brutal Spaniards than the fierce and warlike Caribs. As society is at present constituted in Christian countries, I would rather for my own security be a cougar than a fawn. There is not much of romantic interest in the Adirondacks. Out of the books of daring travelers, nothing. I do not know that the Keene Valley has any history. The mountains always stood here, and the Ausable, flowing now in shallows and now in rippling reaches over the sands and pebbles, has for ages filled the air with continuous and soothing sounds. Before the Vermonters broke into it some 3/4 of a century ago, and made meadows of its bottoms and sugar camps of its fringing woods, I suppose the Red Indian lived here in his usual discomfort, and was as restless as his successors, the summer boarders. But the streams were full of trout then, and the moose and the elk left their broad tracks on the sands of the river. But of the Indian there is no trace. There is a mound in the valley, much like a tell in the country of Bashan, beyond the Jordan, that may have been built by some prehistoric race, and may contain treasure and the seated figure of a preserved chieftain on his slow way to paradise. What the gentle and accomplished race of the mound builders should want in this savage region, where the frost kills the early potatoes and stunts the scanty oats, I do not know. I have seen no trace of them except this tell, and one other slight relic, which came to light last summer, and is not enough to found the history of a race upon. Some working men, getting stone from the hillside on one of the little plateaus for a house cellar, discovered, partly embedded, a piece of pottery unique in this region. With the unerring instinct of workmen in regard to antiquities, they thrust a crowbar through it and broke the bowl into several pieces. The joint fragments, however, give us the form of a dish. It is a bowl about 9 inches high and 8 inches across, made of red clay, baked but not glazed. The bottom is round, the top flares into 4 combers, and the rim is rudely, but rather artistically, ornamented with crisscross scratches made when the clay was soft. The vessel is made of clay not found about here, and it is one that the Indians formerly living here could not form. Was it brought here by roving Indians, who may have made an expedition to the Ohio? Was it passed from tribe to tribe? Or did it belong to a race that occupied the country before the Indian, and who have left traces of their civilized skill in pottery scattered all over the continent? If I could establish the fact that this jar was made by a prehistoric race, we should then have 4 generations in this lovely valley. The amiable, prehistoric people, whose gentle descendants were probably killed by the Spaniards in the West Indies. The Red Indians, the Keene Flatters, from Vermont, and the summer boarders, to say nothing of the various races of animals who have been unable to live here since the advent of the summer boarders, the valley being not productive enough to sustain both. This last incursion has been more destructive to the noble serenity of the forest than all the preceding. But we are wandering from Hunter's Pass. The western walls of it are formed by the precipices of Nippletop, not so striking nor so bare as the great slides of Dix, which glisten in the sun like silver, but rough and repelling, and consequently alluring. I have a great desire to scale them. I have always had an unreasonable wish to explore the rough summit of this crabbed hill, which is too broken and jagged for pleasure, and not high enough for glory. This desire was stimulated by a legend related by our guide that night in the mud pond cabin. The guide had never been through the pass before, although he was familiar with the region, and had ascended Nippletop in the winter in pursuit of the sable. The story he told doesn't amount to much. None of the guide's stories do. Faithfully reported, and I should not have believed it if I had not had a good deal of leisure on my hands at the time, and been of a willing mind, and I may say in rather of a starved condition as to any romance in this region. The guide said then, and he mentioned it casually in reply to our inquiries about ascending the mountain, that there was a cave high up among the precipices on the southeast side of Nippletop. He scarcely volunteered the information, and with seeming reluctance gave us any particulars about it. I always admire this art by which the accomplished storyteller lets his listeners drag the reluctant tale of the marvelous from him, and makes you in a manner responsible for its improbability. If this is well managed, and the listener is always eager to believe a great deal more than the romancer seems willing to tell, and always resents the assumed reservations and doubts of the later. There were strange reports about this cave when the old guide was a boy, and even then its very existence had become legendary. Nobody knew exactly where it was, but there was no doubt that it had been inhabited. Hunters in the forests south of Dix had seen a light late at night twinkling through the trees, high up the mountain, and now and then a ruddy glare, as from the flaring up of a furnace. Settlers were few in the wilderness then, and all the inhabitants were well known. If the cave was inhabited, it must be by strangers, and by men who had some secret purpose in seeking this seclusion and eluding observation. If suspicious characters were seen about Port Henry, or if any such landed from the steamers on the shore of Lake Champlain, it was impossible to identify them with these invaders who were never seen. Their not being seen did not, however, prevent the growth of the belief in their existence. Little indications and rumors, each trivial in itself, became a mass of testimony that could not be disposed of because of its very indefiniteness, but which appealed strongly to man's noblest faculty, his imagination or credulity. The cave existed, and it was inhabited by men who came and went on mysterious errands, and transacted their business by night. What this band of adventurers or desperadoes lived on, how they conveyed their food through the trackless woods to their high eyrie, and what could induce men to seek such a retreat, were questions discussed but never settled. They might be banditti, but there was nothing to plunder in these savage wilds, and in fact, robberies and raids, either in the settlements of the hills or the distant lake shore, were unknown. In another age, these might have been hermits, holy men who had retired from the world to feed the vanity of their godliness in a spot where they were subject neither to interruption nor comparison. They would have had a shrine in the cave, and an image of the Blessed Virgin, with a lamp always burning before it and sending out its mellow light over the savage waste. A more probable notion was that they were romantic Frenchmen who had grown weary of vice and refinement together, possibly princes, expectants of the throne, Bourbon remainders, named Williams or otherwise, unhatched eggs, so to speak, of kings, who had withdrawn out of observation to wait for the next turnover in Paris. Frenchmen do such things. If they were not Frenchmen, they might be honest thieves or criminals, escaped from justice or from the friendly state prison of New York. This last supposition was, however, more violent than the others, or seems so to us in this day of grace. For what well-brought-up New York criminal would be so insane as to run away from his political friends, the keepers, from the easily had companionship of his pals outside, and from the society of his criminal lawyer, and, in short, to put himself in the depths of a wilderness out of which escape, when escape was desired, is a good deal more difficult than it is out of the swarming jails of the Empire State. Besides, how foolish for a man, if he were a really hardened and professional criminal, having established connections and a regular business, to run away from the governor's pardon, which might have difficulty in finding him in the craggy bosom of Nippletop. This gang of men, there is some doubt whether they were accompanied by women, gave little evidence in their appearance of being escaped criminals or expectant kings. Their movements were mysterious, but not necessarily violent. If their occupation could have been discovered, that would have furnished a clue to their true character. But about this, the strangers were as close as mice. If anything could betray them, it was the steady light from the cavern and its occasional ruddy flashing. This gave rise to the opinion, which was strengthened by a good many indications equally conclusive, that the cave was the resort of a gang of coiners and counterfeiters. Here they had their furnace, smelting pots, and dyes. Here they manufactured those spurious quarters and halves that their confidants, who were pardoned, were circulating, and which a few honest men were nailing to the counter. This prosaic explanation of a romantic situation satisfies all the requirements of the known facts, but the lively imagination at once rejects it as unworthy of the subject. I think the guide put it forward in order to have it rejected. The fact is, at least, it has never been disproved. These strangers whose movements were veiled belonged to that dark and mysterious race whose presence anywhere on this continent is a nest egg of romance or of terror. They were Spaniards. You need not say buccaneers. You need not say gold hunters. You need not say swarthy adventurers even. It is enough to say Spaniards. There is no tale of mystery and fanaticism and daring I would not believe if a Spaniard is the hero of it. And it is not necessary either that he should have the high-sounding name of Bobadilla or Ojeda. Nobody, I suppose, would doubt this story if the moose, quaffing deep draughts of red wine from silver tankards, and then throwing themselves back upon divans and lazily puffing the fragrant Havana. After a day of toil, what more natural and what more probable for a Spaniard? Does the reader think these inferences not warranted by the facts? He does not know the facts. It is true that our guide had never himself personally visited the cave, but he has always intended to hunt it up. His information in regards to it comes from his father, who was a mighty hunter and trapper. In one of his expeditions over Nippletop, he chanced upon the cave. The mouth was half concealed by undergrowth. He entered, not without some apprehension, engendered by the legends which make it famous. I think he showed some boldness in venturing into such a place alone. I confess that, before I went in, I should want to fire a Gatling gun into the mouth for a little while, in order to rout out the bears which usually dwell there. He went in, however. The entrance was low, but the cave was spacious. Not large, but big enough, with a level floor and a vaulted ceiling. It had long been deserted, but that it was once the residence of highly civilized beings, there could be no doubt. The dead brands in the center were the remains of a fire that could not have been kindled by wild beasts, and the bones scattered about had been scientifically dissected and handled. There were also remnants of furniture and pieces of garments scattered about. At the farther end, in a fissure of the rock, were stones regularly built up, the remains of a larger fire. And what the hunter did not doubt was the smelting furnace of the Spaniards. He poked about in the ashes, but found no silver. That had all been carried away. But what most provoked his wonder in this rude cave was a chair. This was not such a seat as a woodman might knock up with an axe, with rough body and a seat of woven splints, but a manufactured chair of commerce, and a chair too of an unusual pattern and some elegance. This chair itself was a mute witness of luxury and mystery. The chair itself might have been accounted for, though I don't know how, but upon the back of the chair hung, as if the owner had carelessly flung it there before going out an hour before, a man's waistcoat. This waistcoat seemed to him of foreign make and peculiar style, but what endeared it to him was its row of metal buttons. These buttons were of silver. I forget now whether he did not say they were of silver coin, and that the coin was Spanish, but I am not certain about this later fact, and I wish to cast no air of improbability over my narrative. This rich vestment the hunter carried away with him. This was all the plunder his expedition afforded. Yes, there was one other article, and to my mind more significant than the vest of the hidalgo. There was a short and stout crowbar of iron. Not one of the long crowbars that farmers use to pry up stones, but a short handy one, such as you would use in digging silver ore out of the crags of rocks. This was the guide's simple story. I asked him what became of the vest and the buttons and the bar of iron. The old man wore the vest until he wore it out, and then handed it over to the boys, and they wore it in turn till they wore it out. The buttons were cut off and kept as curiosities. They were about the cabin, and the children had them to play with. The guide distinctly remembers playing with them. One of them he kept for a long time, and he didn't know, but he could find it now, but he guessed it had disappeared. I regretted that he had not treasured this slender verification of an interesting romance. But he said, in those days, he never paid much attention to such things. Lately, he has turned the subject over and is sorry that his father wore out the vest and did not bring away the chair. It is his steady purpose to find the cave some time when he has leisure and capture the chair, if it has not tumbled to pieces. But about the crowbar? Oh, that is all right. The guide has the bar at his house in Keene Valley and has always used it. I am happy to be able to confirm this story by saying that next day I saw the crowbar and had it in my hand. It is short and thick and the most interesting kind of crowbar. This evidence is enough for me. I intend in the course of this vacation to search for the cave, and if I find it, my readers shall know the truth about it, if it destroys the only bit of romance connected with these mountains. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jessica Zdanowicz. Chapter 8. What Some People Call Pleasure. My readers were promised an account of Spaniard's Cave on Nippletop Mountain in the Adirondacks. If such a cave exists and could be found, there is none but negative evidence that this is a mere cave of the imagination, the void fancy of a vacant hour, but it is the duty of the historian to present the negative testimony of a fruitless expedition in search of it made last summer. I beg leave to offer this in the simple language befitting all sincere exploits of a geographical character. The summit of Nippletop has been trodden by few white men of good character. It is in the heart of a hirsute wilderness. It is itself a rough and unsocial pile of granite nearly 5,000 feet high, bristling with a stunted and unpleasant growth of firs and balsams. And there is no earthly reason why a person should go there. Therefore, we went. In the party of 3, there was, of course, a chaplain. The guide was old Mountain Phelps, who had made the ascent once before, but not from the northwest side, the direction from which we approached it. The enthusiasm of this philosopher has grown with his years, and outlived his endurance. We carried our own knapsacks and supplies, therefore, and drew upon him for nothing but moral reflections and a general knowledge of the wilderness. Our first day's route was through the Gilbrook Woods and up one of its branches to the head of Caribou Pass, which separates Nippletop from Colvin. It was about the 1st of September. No rain had fallen for several weeks, and this heart of the forest was as dry as tinder. A lighted match dropped anywhere would start a conflagration. This dryness has its advantages. The walking is improved. The long heat has expressed all the spicy odors of the cedars and balsams, and the woods are filled with a soothing fragrance. The waters of the streams, though scant and clear, are cold as ice. The common forest chill is gone from the air. The afternoon was bright. There was a feeling of exultation and adventure in stepping off into the open but pathless forest. The great stems of deciduous trees were mottled with patches of sunlight, which brought out upon the variegated barks and mosses of the old trunks 1,000 shifting hues. There is nothing like a primeval wood for color on a sunny day. The shades of green and brown are infinite. The dull red of the hemlock bark glows in the sunlight. The russet of the changing moose bush becomes brilliant. There are silvery openings here and there, and everywhere the columns rise up to the canopy of tender green, which supports the intense blue sky and holds up a part of it from falling through in fragments to the floor of the forest. Decorators can learn here how nature dares to put blue and green in juxtaposition. She has evidently the secret of harmonizing all the colors. The way as we ascended was not all through open woods. Dense masses of firs were encountered, jagged spurs were to be crossed, and the going became at length so slow and toilsome that we took to the rocky bed of a stream, where boulders and flumes and cascades offered us sufficient variety. The deeper we penetrated, the greater the sense of savageness and solitude. In the silence of these hidden places, one seems to approach the beginning of things. We emerged from the defile into an open basin, formed by the curved side of the mountain, and stood silent before a waterfall coming down out of the sky in the center of the curve. I do not know anything exactly like this fall, which some poetical explorer has named the Fairy Ladder Falls. It appears to have a height of something like 150 feet, and the water falls obliquely across the face of the cliff from left to right in short steps, which, in the moonlight, might seem like a veritable ladder for fairies. Our impression of its height was confirmed by climbing the very steep slope at its side, some 300 or 400 feet. At the top we found the stream flowing over a broad bed of rock, like a street in the wilderness, slanting up still towards the sky and bordered by low firs and balsams, and boulders completely covered with moss. It was above the world and open to the sky. On account of the tindery conditions of the woods, we made our fire on the natural pavement and selected a smooth place for our bed nearby on the flat rock, with a pool of limpid water at the foot. This granite couch we covered with the dry and springy moss, which we stripped off in heavy fleeces a foot thick from the boulders. First, however, we fed upon the fruit that was offered us. Over these hills of moss ran an exquisite vine with tiny, ovate, green leaf, bearing small, delicate berries, oblong and white as wax, having a faint flavor of wintergreen and the slightest acid taste, the very essence of the wilderness. Fairy food, no doubt, and too refined for palates accustomed to coarser viands. There must exist somewhere sinless women who could eat these berries without being reminded of the lost purity and delicacy of the primeval senses. Every year, I doubt not, this stainless berry ripens here, and is unplucked by any knight of the Holy Grail who is worthy to eat it, and keeps alive in the prodigality of nature the tradition of the unperverted conditions of taste before the fall. We ate these berries, I am bound to say, with a sense of guilty enjoyment, as if they had been a sort of shrew bread of the wilderness, though I cannot answer for the chaplain, who is, by virtue of his office, a little nearer to these mysteries of nature than I. This plant belongs to the health family, and is first cousin to the blueberry and cranberry. It is commonly called the creeping snowberry, but I like better its official title of Chiogenes, the snowborn. Our mossy resting place was named
The bridal chamber camp, in the enthusiasm of the hour, after darkness fell upon the woods and the stars came out. We were 2,500 feet above the common world. We lay, as it were, on a shelf in the sky, with a basin of illimitable forests below us and dim mountain passes in the far horizon. And as we lay there, courting sleep, which the blinking stars refused to shower down, our philosopher discoursed to us of the principle of fire, which he holds, with the ancients, to be an independent element that comes and goes in a mysterious manner, as we see flames spring up and vanish, and is in some way vital and indestructible, and has a mysterious relation to the source of all things. That flame, he says, you have put out, but where has it gone? We could not say, nor whether it is anything like the spirit of a man, which is here for a little hour and then vanishes away. Our own philosophy of the correlation of forces found no sort of favor at that elevation, and we went to sleep, leaving the principle of fire in the apostolic category of any other creature. At daylight we were astir, and having pressed the principle of fire into our service to make a pot of tea, we carefully extinguished it or sent it into another place, and addressed ourselves to the climb of something over 2,000 feet. The arduous labor of scaling an alpine peak has a compensating glory, but the dead lift of our bodies up Nippletop had no stimulus of this sort. It is simply hard work, for which the strained muscles only get the approbation of the individual conscience that drives them to the task. The pleasure of such an ascent is difficult to explain on the spot, and I suspect consists not so much in positive enjoyment as in the delight the mind experiences in tyrannicizing over the body. I do not object to the elevation of this mountain, nor to the uncommonly steep grade by which it attains it, but only to the other obstacles thrown in the way of the climber. All the slopes of Nippletop are hirsute and jagged to the last degree. Granite ledges interpose. Granite boulders seem to have been dumped over the sides with no more attempt at arrangement than in a rip-rap wall. The slashes and windfalls of a century present here and there an almost impenetrable chevaliers des arbres, and the steep sides bristle with a mass of thick balsams, with dead protruding spikes as unyielding as iron stakes. The mountain has had its own way forever, and is as untamed as a wolf, or rather the elements. The frightful tempests, the frosts, the heavy snows, the coaxing sun, and the avalanches have had their way with it until its surface is in hopeless confusion. We made our way very slowly, and it was 10 o'clock before we reached what appeared to be the summit, a ridge deeply covered with moss, low balsams, and blueberry bushes. I say appeared to be, for we stood in thick fog, or in the heart of clouds, which limited our dim view to a radius of 20 feet. It was a warm and cheerful fog, stirred by little wind, but moving, shifting, and boiling, as by its own volatile nature, rolling up black from below and dancing in silvery splendor overhead. As a fog, it could not have been improved. As a medium for viewing the landscape, it was a failure, and we laid down upon the Sabarite couch of moss, as in a Russian bath, to await revelations. We waited 2 hours without change, except an occasional hopeful lightness in the fog above, and at last the appearance for a moment of the spectral sun. Only for an instant was this luminous promise vouchsafed, but we watched in intense excitement. There it was again, and this time the fog was so thin overhead that we caught sight of a patch of blue sky 1 yard square, across which the curtain was instantly drawn. A little wind was stirring, and the fog boiled up from the valley cauldrons thicker than ever. But the spell was broken. In a moment more, old Phelps was shouting, "The sun!" And before we could gain our feet, there was a patch of sky overhead as big as a farm. "See quick!" The old man was dancing like a lunatic. There was a rift in the vapor at our feet, down, 3,000 feet into the forest abyss, and lo, lifting out of it yonder the tawny side of Dix. The vision of a second snatched away in the rolling fog. The play had just begun. Before we could turn, there was the gorge of Caribou Pass, savage and dark, visible to the bottom. The opening shut as suddenly, and then, looking over the clouds, miles away we saw the peaceful farms of the Ausable Valley, and in a moment more the plateau of North Elba and the Sentinel Mountains about the grave of John Brown. These glimpses were as fleeting as thought, and instantly we were again isolated in the sea of mist. The expectation of these sudden strokes of sublimity kept us exultingly on the alert, and yet it was a blow of surprise when the curtain was swiftly withdrawn on the west, and the long ridge of Colvin, seemingly within a stone's throw, heaved up like an island out of the ocean, and was the next moment engulfed. We waited longer for Dix to show its shapely peak, and its glistening sides of rock gashed by avalanches. The fantastic clouds, torn and streaming, hurried up from the south in haste, as if to a witch's rendezvous, hiding and disclosing the great summit in their flight. The mist boiled up from the valley, whirled over the summit where we stood, and plunged again into the depths. Objects were forming and disappearing, shifting and dancing, now in sun and now gone in fog. And in the elemental whirl we felt that we were assisting in an original process of creation. The sun strove, and his very striving called up new vapors. The wind rent away the clouds and brought new masses to surge about us, and the spectacle to right and left, above and below, changed with incredible swiftness. Such glory of abyss and summit, of color and form and transformation, is seldom granted to mortal eyes. For an hour we watched it until our vast mountain was revealed in all its bulk, its long spurs, its abysses and its savagery, and the great basins of wilderness with their shining lakes and the giant peaks of the region were one by one disclosed, and hidden and again tranquil in the sunshine. Where was the cave? There was ample surface in which to look for it. If we could have flitted about like the hawks that came circling round over the steep slopes,
the long spurs, the jagged precipices, I have no doubt we should have found it. But moving about on this mountain is not a holiday pastime, and we were chiefly anxious to discover a practical mode of descent into the great wilderness basin on the south, which we must traverse that afternoon before reaching the hospitable shanty on Mud Pond. It was enough for us to have discovered the general whereabouts of the Spanish cave, and we left the fixing of its exact position to future explorers. The spur we chose for our escape looked smooth in the distance, but we found it bristling with obstructions. Dead balsams set thickly together, slashes of fallen timber, and every manner of woody chaos. And when at length we swung and tumbled off the ledge to the general slope, we exchanged only for more disagreeable going. The slope for a couple of 1,000 feet was steep enough, but it was formed of granite rocks all moss-covered, so that the footing could not be determined, and at short intervals we nearly went out of sight in holes under the treacherous carpeting. Add to this that stems of great trees were laid longitudinally and transversely and crisscross over and among the rocks, and the reader can see that a good deal of work needs to be done to make this a practical highway for anything but a squirrel. We had had no water since our daylight breakfast. Our lunch on the mountain had been moistened only by the fog. Our thirst began to be that of Tantalus, because we could hear the water running deep down among the rocks, but we could not come at it. The imagination drank the living stream, and we realized anew what delusive food the imagination furnishes in an actual strait. A good deal of the crime of this world, I am convinced, is the direct result of the unlicensed play of the imagination in adverse circumstances. This reflection had nothing to do with our actual situation, for we added to our imagination patience, and to our patience long-suffering, and probably all the Christian virtues would have been developed in us if the descent had been long enough. Before we reached the bottom of Caribou Pass, the water burst out from the rocks in a clear stream that was as cold as ice. Shortly after, we struck the roaring brook that issues from the pass to the south. It is a stream full of character, not navigable even for trout in that upper part, but a succession of falls, cascades, flumes, and pools that would delight an artist. It is not an easy bed for anything except water to descend, and before we reached the level reaches, where the stream flows with a murmurous noise through open woods, one of our party began to show signs of exhaustion. This was old Phelps, whose appetite had failed the day before, his imagination being in better working order than his stomach. He had eaten little that day, and his legs became so groggy that he was obliged to rest at short intervals. Here was a situation. The afternoon was wearing away. We had 6 or 7 miles of unknown wilderness to traverse, a portion of it swampy, in which a progress of more than a mile an hour is difficult, and the condition of the guide compelled even a slower march. What should we do in that lonesome solitude if the guide became disabled? We couldn't carry him out.
Could we find our own way out to get assistance? The guide himself had never been there before, and although he knew the general direction of our point of egress and was entirely adequate to extricate himself from any position in the woods, his knowledge was of that occult sort possessed by woodsmen which it is impossible to communicate. Our object was to strike a trail that led from the Ausable Pond, the other side of the mountain range, to an inlet on Mud Pond. We knew that if we traveled southwestward far enough, we must strike that trail. But how far? No one could tell. If we reached that trail and found a boat at the inlet, there would be only a row of a couple of miles to the house at the foot of the lake. If no boat was there, then we must circle the lake 3 or 4 miles further through a cedar swamp, with no trail in particular. The prospect was not pleasing. We were short of supplies, for we had not expected to pass that night in the woods. The pleasure of the excursion began to develop itself. We stumbled on in the direction marked out, through a forest that began to seem endless as hour after hour passed. Compelled as we were to make long detours over the ridges of the foothills to avoid the swamp, which sent out from the border of the lake long tongues into the firm ground. The guide became more ill at every step and needed frequent halts and long rests. Food he could not eat, and tea, water, and even brandy he rejected. Again and again the old philosopher, enfeebled by excessive exertion and illness, would collapse in a heap on the ground, an almost comical picture of despair, while we stood and waited the waning of the day, and peered forward in vain for any sign of an open country. At every brook we encountered, we suggested a halt for the night, while it was still light enough to select a camping place. But the plucky old man wouldn't hear of it. The trail might be only a quarter of a mile ahead, and we crawled on again at a snail's pace. His honor as a guide seemed to be at stake. And besides, he confessed to a notion that his end was near, and he didn't want to die like a dog in the woods. And yet, if this was his last journey, it seemed not an inappropriate ending for the old woodsman to lie down and give up the ghost in the midst of the untamed forest and the solemn silences he felt most at home in. There is a popular theory held by civilians that a soldier likes to die in battle. I suppose it is as true that a woodsman would like to pass in his chips. The figure seems to be inevitable, struck down by illness and exposure, in the forest solitude, with heaven in sight, and a tree root for his pillow. The guide seemed really to fear that, if we did not get out of the woods that night, he would never go out. And yielding to his dogged resolution, we kept on in search of the trail, although the gathering of dusk over the ground warned us that we might easily cross the trail without recognizing it. We were traveling by the light of the upper sky, and by the forms of the tree stems, which every moment grew dimmer. At last, the end came. We had just felt our way over what seemed to be a little run of water, when the old man sunk down, remarking, "I might as well die here as anywhere," and was silent. Suddenly night fell like a blanket on us. We could neither see the guide nor each other. We became at once conscious
that miles of night on all sides shut us in. The sky was clouded over. There wasn't a gleam of light to show us where to step. Our first thought was to build a fire, which would drive back the thick darkness into the woods and boil some water for our tea. But it was too dark to use the axe. We scraped together leaves and twigs to make a blaze, and, as this failed, such dead sticks as we could find by groping about. The fire was only a temporary affair, but it sufficed to boil a can of water. The water we obtained by feeling about the stones of the little run for an opening big enough to dip our cup in. The supper to be prepared was fortunately simple. It consisted of a decoction of tea and other leaves which had got into the pail, and a part of a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread which has been carried in a knapsack for a couple of days, bruised and handled and hacked at with a hunting knife, becomes an uninteresting object. But we ate of it with thankfulness, washed it down with hot fluid, and bitterly thought of the morrow. Would our friend survive the night? Would he be in any condition to travel in the morning? How were we to get out with him or without him? The old man lay silent in the bushes, out of sight, and desired only to be let alone. We tried to tempt him with the offer of a piece of toast. It was no temptation. Tea, we thought, would revive him. He refused it. A drink of brandy would certainly quicken his life. He couldn't touch it. We were at the end of our resources. He seemed to think that if he were at home and could get a bit of fried bacon or a piece of pie, he should be all right. We knew no more how to doctor him than if he had been a sick bear. He withdrew within himself, rolled himself up, so to speak, in his primitive habits, and waited for the healing power of nature. Before our feeble fire disappeared, we smoothed a level place near it for Phelps to lie on, and got him over to it. But it didn't suit. It was too open. In fact, at the moment some drops of rain fell. Rain was quite outside of our program for the night, but the guide had an instinct about it, and while we were groping about some yards' distance for a place where we could lie down, he crawled away into the darkness and curled himself up amid the roots of a gigantic pine. Very much as a bear would do, I suppose, with his back against the trunk, and there passed the night comparatively dry and comfortable. But of this we knew nothing till morning, and had to trust to the assurance of a voice out of the darkness that he was all right. Our own bed, where we spread our blankets, was excellent in one respect. There was no danger of tumbling out of it. At first, the rain pattered gently on the leaves overhead, and we congratulated ourselves on the snugness of our situation. There was something cheerful about this free life. We contrasted our condition with that of tired invalids who were tossing on downy beds and wooing sleep in vain. Nothing was so wholesome and invigorating as this bivouac in the forest, but somehow sleep did not come. The rain had ceased to patter, and began to fall with a steady determination, a sort of soak all about us. In fact, it roared on the rubber blanket and beat in our faces. The wind began to stir a little, and there was a moaning on high. Not contented with dripping, the rain was driven into our faces. Another suspicious circumstance was noticed. Little rills of water got established along the sides under the blankets. Cold, undeniable streams that interfered with drowsiness.
Pools of water settled on the bed, and the chaplain had a habit of moving suddenly and letting a quart or two inside and down my neck. It began to be evident that we and our bed were probably the wettest objects in the woods. The rubber was an excellent catch-all. There was no trouble about ventilation, but we found that we had established our quarters without any provision for drainage. There was not exactly a wild tempest abroad, but there was a degree of liveliness in the thrashing limbs and the creaking of the tree branches which rubbed against each other, and the pouring rain increased in volume and power of penetration. Sleep was quite out of the question, with so much to distract our attention. In fine, our misery became so perfect that we both broke out into loud and sarcastic laughter over the absurdity of our situation. We had subjected ourselves to all this forlornness simply for pleasure. Whether old man Phelps was still in existence, we couldn't tell. We could get no response from him. With daylight, if he continued ill and could not move, our situation would be little improved. Our supplies were gone, we lay in a pond, and a deluge of water was pouring down on us. This was summer recreation. The whole thing was so excessively absurd that we laughed again, louder than ever. We had plenty of this sort of amusement. Suddenly, through the night we heard a sort of reply that started us bolt upright. This was a prolonged squawk. It was like the voice of no beast or bird with which we were familiar. At first it was distant, but it rapidly approached, tearing through the night and apparently through the treetops, like the harsh cry of a web-footed bird with a snarl in it. In fact, as I said, a squawk. It came close to us and then turned, and as rapidly as it had come, fled away through the forest, and we lost the unearthly noise far up the mountain slope. "What was that, Phelps?" we cried out, but no response came, and we wondered if his spirit had been rent away, or if some evil genius had sought it, and then, baffled by his serene and philosophic spirit, had shot off into the void in a rage and disappointment. The night had no other adventure. The moon at length coming up behind the clouds lent a spectral aspect to the forest, and deceived us for a time into the notion that day was at hand. But the rain never ceased, and we lay wishful and waiting, with no item of solid misery wanting that we could conceive. Day was slow a-comin', and didn't amount to much when it came. So heavy were the clouds, but the rain slackened. We crawled out of our water-cure pack and sought the guide. To our infinite relief, he announced himself not only alive, but in a going condition. I looked at my watch. It had stopped at 5 o'clock. I poured the water out of it and shook it, but not being constructed on the hydraulic principle, it refused to go. Some hours later, we encountered a huntsman, from whom I procured some gun grease. With this I filled the watch and heated it in by the fire. This is a most effectual way of treating a delicate Genevan timepiece. The light disclosed fully the suspected fact that our bed had been made in a slight depression. The under-rubber blanket spread in this had prevented the rain from soaking into the ground, and we had been lying in what was, in fact, a well-contrived bathtub. While Old Man Phelps was pulling himself together, and we were wringing some gallons of water out of our blankets, we questioned the old man about the squawk, and what bird was possessed of such a voice. It was not a bird at all, he said, but a cat, the black cat of the woods, larger than the domestic animal, and an ugly customer who is fond of fish and carries a pelt that is worth $2 or $3 in the market. Occasionally he blunders into a sable trap, and he is altogether hateful in his ways, and has the most uncultivated voice that is heard in the woods. We shall remember him as one of the least pleasant phantoms of that cheerful night when we lay in the storm, fearing any moment the advent to one of us of the grimmest messenger. We rolled up and shouldered our wet belongings, and before the shades had yet lifted from the saturated bushes, pursued our march. It was a relief to be again in motion, although our progress was slow, and it was a question every rod whether the guide could go on. We had the day before us, but if we did not find a boat at the inlet, a day might not suffice, in the weak condition of the guide, to extricate us from our ridiculous position. There was nothing heroic in it. We had no object. It was merely, as it must appear by this time, a pleasure excursion, and we might be lost or perish in it without reward and with little sympathy. We had something like an hour and a half of stumbling through the swamp when suddenly we stood in the little trail. Slight as it was, it appeared to us a very broad way to paradise, if broadways ever led thither. Phelps hailed it and sank down in it like one reprieved from death. But the boat? Leaving him, we quickly ran a quarter of a mile down to the inlet. The boat was there. Our shout to the guide would have roused him out of a death slumber. He came down the trail with the agility of an aged deer. Never was so glad a sound in his ear, he said, as that shout. It was in a very jubilant mood that we emptied the boat of water, pushed off, shipped the clumsy oars, and bent to the 2-mile row through the black waters of the winding, desolate channel, and over the lake whose dark waves were tossed a little in the morning breeze. The trunks of dead trees stand about this lake, and all its shores are ragged with ghastly driftwood, but it was open to the sky. And although the heavy clouds still obscured all the mountain ranges, we had a sense of escape and freedom that almost made the melancholy scene lovely. How lightly past hardship sits upon us! All the misery of the night vanished, as if it had not been. In the shelter of the log cabin at Mud Pond, with dry clothes that fitted us as the skin of the bear fits him in the spring, a noble breakfast, a toasting fire, solicitude about our comfort, judicious sympathy with our suffering, and willingness to hear the now growing tale of our adventure. Then came, in a day of absolute idleness, while the showers came and went, and the mountains appeared and disappeared in sun and storm, that perfect physical enjoyment which consists in a feeling of strength without any inclination to use it, and in a delicious languor which is too enjoyable to be surrendered to sleep. End of In the Wilderness by Charles Dudley Warner.